see everyone. And our first bit of business this morning, we have a public hearing to deal with a temporary use. So I'll ask Brenda if you can read out loud the notice of the hearing.
Good morning. This public hearing is being held to hear from anyone who may be affected by the temporary use permit that is being considered for the property located at 102nd Avenue. The permit will specify service uses with the specific intent to use the building as a fitness center. And there were no comments received during the notification period.
Thank you. No correspondence or delegations?
None.
Thank you. So for our first time, do we have any comments? Call for a second time for comments? And for a third time, any comments? Thank you. So we'll close our public hearing. And now to our regular meeting of council. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back. Thank you so much to Councillor Rogers and sitting in the chair at the last meeting to look after the business of council while the mayor was out getting a bit of work done. And thank you to for everyone for the support, because I'm so happy to be back, and I feel amazingly well, and appreciate all the support from everyone, obviously, through the rehab process. So our first order of business this morning on our item 2 is new councillor business. Councillor Javetkov.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that council plan and facilitate a meeting, invite 8 individuals that have a frontline role in bringing new investment to the city to meet with council to discuss ways that the city can help to ensure success in securing new investments. And if I could make that motion now, and I guess we'll discuss it
Sure.
Mayor's business.
Do you have a seconder? Sure. Councillor Rogers, seconded. Discussion. Councillor Javetkov?
Do you want to discuss it now, or do you want to wait till Mayor's business?
Yeah, let's bring it back under mayor's business.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion itself? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Any other new councillor business? Councillor Rogers?
Just one, sorry I didn't get this on the agenda. I've been working with the Dawson Creek Athletic Association over at the high school, and we've been working on fundraising for athletic program in the school. We've managed to secure John Montgomery. He's the gold medal skeleton winning thing during the Olympics, and he's going to come up and do a speech and tell about his adventures, I guess. He also does the Amazing Race Canada as well. So it's going to be held at the high school. And there's part of the initiative for all of this was for sponsorship. They've never had sponsorship in the gyms, and when I was up in the gym in Fort St. John, I was looking at all the logos and stuff. So we had talked about that, and I guess they've talked about the school board. They can actually have an appreciation wall and stuff like that. So the school's looking for sponsors so they can get their logos up on the wall and stuff like that. So I think it's a really good thing. So if anybody's looking to buy a Christmas present or somebody, you can get the tickets through Spectra, and you can also get them through Tiger Printers, I guess. So and Ryan's been helping them out with the ticket sales and stuff like that. So I think it's a real good thing, and for me, it's all about high school athletics is very important. It gives kids opportunity to participate in sports programs that aren't normally available in the community, except for in the high schools. So.
Job. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other councillor business? Anyone? Thank you. Item 331, minutes of our public hearing for December 7th for adoption. Move Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Javetkov. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3.2, the minutes of our regular meeting of council of December 7th for adoption. Councillor Schumann, seconded Councillor Parslow. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Any business arising out of the minutes? Item 5.5.1, we have correspondence. First, item 5.1, we have a letter from Lena Friesen regarding community center hours. Councillor Parslow?
Move that we receive it for information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Schumann, discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, you want to have a quick comment?
I empathize with her sentiments, but our costs, subsidies and so on for these programs are incredible, so I can't see any addition, but that's just my personal view.
But and the other point to me is a great part about providing feedback to us as we go through our budget deliberations. It always gives you feedback from the community and public to be able to consider issues and items that are important to the community. So I think people should take that as don't ever hesitate to be providing that input, right?
And
Councillor Rogers?
Staff has always been looking at that, trying to identify the times of most use and stuff like that, and I think they're doing a good job with that.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 5.2, we have a letter from David Mossman, Program Manager at BC Women in Energy Network.
Move
Councillor
receive
Parslow?
it for information.
Received for information. Seconded. Councillor McFadden. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 5.3, we have a letter from Chair Ackerman of the Peace River Regional District regarding the Dawson Creek and District Patient Care Replacement Project. Councillor Schumann.
For information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Rogers. Thank you. All, Councillor Javeco, if you
I
want
just have a question about it. What's the status of that project?
So I've been working with Mike. Obviously, Mike Bernier, MLA Minister, has been very focused on working with the Minister of Health and Northern Health to get it completed. The process they go through when they deliberate through Northern Health for replacement projects, capital projects, and this is a capital project under their terms, have been doing a major planning process for the hospital. It's been ongoing probably for at least 3 or 4 years. And they go through that planning process to say what types of services are required for that acute care facility, that inpatient work. And then once they have that, then they start the deliberations in terms of the planning process for the renovations that are required. That's all now completed by Northern Health. They've made that now report to the Minister of Health, who now takes the deliberations and puts it into the ball of all the capital projects that he's accountable for, and then moves those forward to Treasury Board. So I think it's a really important time for us, and we raised it at the regional district. Our council made the request to have a letter of support from the Peace River Regional District to support Mike's efforts in terms of getting it to the capital project list of the Minister of Health at the top of it to get it moving forward. I just had a conversation with Mike the other day, and so all of the South Peace folks have been sending in those letters of support as well, and we'll continue to work on it. So it's at that stage now with the Minister of Health. So we really appreciate the support, obviously, because this isn't just an acute care facility for Dawson Creek. This is an acute care facility for all of the South Peace, and all of the mayors, the electoral area directors, have been very focused in terms of giving us that support. Any further questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 5.4, we have a letter from Kit Fast, South Peace Art Society. Councillor Schumann.
For information.
Thank you. Received for information. Seconded. Councillor Parslow. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 5.5, we have a letter from Tyler Clark, Tourism Manager, Commodity Tourism Society. Letter of support for the tourism Dawson Creek. Councillor
For
Javeco.
information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Rogers. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we're ahead of our 9 o'clock delegation time, so I'm going to move to item 7, a report 7.1. We have a report 15.231 from the Director of Community Services regarding the Play On initiative. Councillor Parslow.
I move that report 15.231 from the Director of Community Services re Hockey Night in Canada Play On follow-up report we received. Further, that Council declined the opportunity to host this ball hockey tournament for 2016.
Thank you. Second to Councillor Rogers. Discussion? So great feedback, right? We do the deliberation, don't get the kind of the follow-through that we had hoped for, and so you make the forward decision based on that. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Barry. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.2, we have report 15226 from Director of Infrastructure regarding the lease agreement for P&G at the compressed gas filling station. Councillor Schumann?
I move that the report be received and that the current lease agreement with Pacific Northern Gas for the purpose of operating a temporary compressed natural gas filling station be extended to December 31st, 2015 at a prorated fee of $813.70 and renewed for a one-year term beginning January 1st, 2016 at the cost of $11,000 with the option to renew for additional one-year term.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Rogers, discussion? Councillor Parslow?
This is the second or third extension, I'm not sure.
I think my discussion with Jim, this is the third.
So when will they be making a sort of a permanent decision here?
You know, I had a really brief conversation with Peter from P&G at a conference a few months ago, and he had indicated that they were wanting to get this lease agreement redone, and that's a great point. And I think Jim and I had the conversation about we need to get a permanent facility in line for them and move that forward. So we'll have some follow-up conversations with them this spring and ensure that they start to move that forward. That I think the pressures on the airport for parking are gonna have some future decisions as it relates to this continued use out there. So we need to have that further conversation with them. Councillor Javecko?
What is the purpose of that facility? Is it designed to fill up vehicles, or is it just sort of a bulk fueling thing, or?
Kevin?
Through your worship, my understanding right now is it's bulk fueling, and they're transporting that, I believe, out to Tumbler Ridge. Discussions that we've had with P&G over the last couple of years in terms of this lease is to advance that, to look at the possibility of vehicle fueling, but there isn't a lot of vehicles around that require the fuel, and they just haven't made a step forward to get a site.
You know, I was just anticipated that the AltaGas, as they are partners and owned by, or P&G is owned by AltaGas now, that when they develop the LNG facility on the edge of town here in the Hanson subdivision out there, that perhaps that would be a location that they could look to a permanent facility in for that. I don't know if they have the space for it or not, but certainly it's a conversation we need to have. Further conversation, further discussion, further comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.3, we have report number 1523230 from the Senior City Planner regarding temporary use permit for 1401 102nd. Councillor Roger?
Move that report number 15-230 from the Senior City Planner regarding temporary use permit 15-01 regarding the property located at 1401 102nd Avenue be received. Further, that the permit be issued.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Schumann, discussion? Councillor McFadden?
Just a question, Your Worship. How long is a temporary use permit valid for? 6 months, a year?
Through your worship, maybe I'll just kick that to Nigel.
Through your worship, it's valid. This particular one is valid for 3 years. Under provincial law, after that 3-year expiry comes up, you're able to apply for a renewal at the discretion of council for an additional 3 years. After that, you'd have to go through the full permit process again. So this permit specifically is 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 8 on our agenda, 8.1, bylaws 8.1, report number 15225 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the Animal Responsibility Amendment bylaw. Councillor Parslow?
I move that report 15225 from the Director of Corporate Administration re Animal Responsibility Amendment Bylaw 4280-2015 be received. Further, that the City of Dawson Creek Animal Responsibility Amendment Bylaw 4280-2015 be given first of 3 readings.
Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
I appreciate this work. whereby, you know, the reality is that many people do have more than 2 dogs, and that so this lifts the ceiling on the number and puts the onus on functioning within the other terms of the animal responsibility bylaw to be proper care, etc., etc. So I think I'm interested to see what reaction we get to this, but I think it's a good way of approaching the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
Just a question regarding the barking. My understanding from the wording in this bylaw is that if there's excessive barking and it annoys one neighbor, then it will be dealt with by the bylaw officer. Like, it doesn't apply to the whole neighborhood. I mean, the indication I got in the previous bylaw was that the noise had to bother the whole neighborhood as opposed to one individual.
Okay, so
I don't think we
I'll
changed.
pass that through to Kevin.
Yeah, through your worship. The wording around that has not changed from the previous bylaw. And how it's always been enforced has been not just one single property has a veto over that. It's been the neighborhood. And I don't have the exact wording, but exactly that is it has to affect more than just one. It has to be that neighborhood. And that's why when the SPCA goes out and does follow up on any of those complaints that they canvass, that surrounding neighborhood. So nothing's changed from the previous bylaw.
Thank you.
Could I get clarification on that for a future meeting or something? For me to go through this system and find that section, you know, with the way this is on my computer here, it's not easy. So rather than go through a bunch of spare time right now, just on that specific issue.
We'll bring it back and get some clarification on for council and.
I'm not objecting
that.
to it. I just want some clarification on it.
Good. Thank you. Any further comments, further questions? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 8.2 is our report number 15277 from the Deputy Director of Corporate Administration regarding our development cost charge bylaw 4255. Councillor Schumann?
Move that report number 15227 from the Deputy Director of Corporate Administration regarding our development cost charges bylaw for sewer be received. Further, that the development cost charge amendment bylaw number 4255 2015 be adopted.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rogers. Discussion? And this finally now puts all of that work that's been ongoing probably for a couple of years, working with internally as well as with the province in terms of ensuring we have the appropriateness of this development cost charge bylaw put in place, and so we can move it forward. Thank you. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.3, we have report number 15228 from the Senior City Planner regarding zoning bylaw text amendment bylaw. Councillor Parslow?
I move that report 15228 from the Senior City Planner rezoning bylaw text amendment 15-08 aviation use AV1 zone bylaw number 4281 2015 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 1508 bylaw number 4281 2015 be given second reading as amended. And further, that staff be directed to publish the required notice for a formal public hearing.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? Councillor Javetkov?
Just a comment. The wording in this I thought is excellent. It's clear and concise, and it takes the interpretation aspect out of the intent of it.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I like this because it retains where we're at for the airport, but it does enable some development, so it's a good win-win.
No. Thank you. So we'll move it forward. Any further questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 8.4, we have report number 15229 from the Director of Development Services regarding the tow truck parking bylaw number 4279. Councillor McFadden?
I'd move that report number 15-229 from the Director of Development Services regarding tow truck bylaw number 4279 and zoning amendment 1510 bylaw 4283 be received, and further that tow truck bylaw number 4279 be given first 3 readings, and that zoning amendment bylaw number 4283 be given first 2 readings. Further, that staff be directed to proceed with the required advertising, incorporating an expanded notification process and an extended notification process.
Thank you, Councillor McFadden. Seconded, Councillor Javetkov. Discussion. Councillor McFadden?
I notice in the report under 4.3, it talks about people not removing a notice or ticket placed on a vehicle or tamper with markings. What's that? I don't understand. What's that all about?
Through your worship, that's just referring to if there was an ticket issued, that the individual is not supposed to remove it, throw it away, or if markings they refer to if standard language if we chop tires.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Parslow?
I'm not in support of this. I never have been in support of intruding into residential neighborhoods, commercial trucks of the nature that's implied here. I think this bylaw is opening a can of worms, and I think if the public takes any notice of this, I would suggest that we won't, if this is passed as it is right now, we will hear a lot of complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
I didn't support it before, and I don't think it's going to change my mind this time. One thing I did do was I drove by their yard, and I can understand why they want to be parking their trucks in the residential area, because they've outgrown their yard. I don't know if that was one of the other things. And then one of the other part of the report was that they had stated that they only had like 15 minutes time to respond on an RCMP call out. And I don't believe that that was necessarily correct. I can't prove that, but when we go into our meeting later on, when the staff sergeant's here, I do intend on asking him. It's probably a little bit late, but I have a feeling that it's going to pass anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I support the bylaw. It's something we've discussed at length, and I've noticed some of these trucks parked around town now, and they're not a problem. I haven't heard any complaints, and I live in town. So if anybody would be affected, it would probably be somebody that actually lives in town.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Further comments? Further comments? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It carries. Thank you. I'm going to go past Mayor 9, Mayor's business, because the delegations will bring forward Mayor's items under Mayor's business. Item 10, diary. Anything, Brenda?
Nothing new on the diary.
Okay. Consent calendar, 11-1. And 12-1 our strategic priorities chart. Brenda?
The motion to accept the consent
Yeah.
calendar?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Councillor McFadden, Councillor Schumann, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And strategic priorities? Nothing further, up to date?
Nothing, your worship.
Thank you. So we are close enough to 9 o'clock that I'm going to move into our delegations, and our first delegation, maybe I should ask if they are here first before I... 6.1, Sherry McLeod and Nazrin Begum from South Peace Community Resource Society.
No, but I understand. Okay.
Oh, right here to the desk is fine.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. This is so nerve-wracking. I am Nazarana.
Well, please don't be nervous.
It's so
all
hard. My
good.
heart's like,
It's all
I think
good.
I'm gonna have a panic
We
attack.
promise. We're all friendly.
It looks like that.
We're all friendly.
Well, most of us.
Oh gosh.
Most
you're
of us.
taking
Except for maybe McFadden. Except for
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nazrana. I'm representing MISPA with Spickers, MISPA Transition House, and we are just asking for an extra garbage can for a nonprofit group. At certain points in the year, we do get up to like 14 ladies in the house, and then there's just tons of garbage that goes out. And being nonprofit, we just can't exhume the cost of an extra garbage can. So that's all I'm here to ask
All right.
for.
Thank you so much for coming in. Do we have any questions for us? Well, we appreciate you coming in.
Bless
Thank
your
you.
heart,
Councillor
thank you.
Schumann, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, are you busy recycling also?
Yes,
Yes,
definitely. Everything,
Good.
even the little tiny pieces of plastic.
Perfect,
Definitely.
thank you.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back, your request under Mayor's business later in the agenda, and then administration will contact you with the result. Councillor Javetkov?
I just have a question. Who pays for the garbage can now that you have?
MISPA does. We pay through, we were on a budget, so we pay through our budget.
So
They would have been given a recycling.
An allotted amount that, yeah.
So where do you get your money from?
From the community, actually. We have a board, we have a council, no, we have a board of directors that are all people from the community, persons from the community, and I believe it's all by donation, so that those donations get allotted to each of our programs within Spickers. And I couldn't tell you how much we get. I may not be the best person to be here to represent MISPA.
Okay.
Sorry if I screwed this up.
We'll,
completely.
in fact, if you're interested, we'll get, now his name's gone on me. Who's,
Stefan Pavlis?
Stefan. We'll
Yes,
get
he's
Stefan
our
in to do an
executive
update on Spickers.
That would be
on their
fantastic.
operation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in this morning. Merry Christmas. Item 6.2, Brian Levers from Encana is in attendance. Good morning, Mr. Levers. Welcome.
Good morning.
Merry
Your Worship.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everybody and councillors. So Canada's got a request this morning that they'd like to talk to the city about. We have a hydraulic fracturing operation that we're looking at doing towards the end of January, and it's going to be located at our 417 location, which is about 6 miles south of Dawson Creek. And part of that operation, we're looking for exclusivity to the water reclaim facility for the truck loading. We need, from the city's source there, we need 4,000 cubes of water a day, starting on about the 22nd, 23rd of January and carrying through till the end of February. The volume that we're looking at is fairly significant, and we have a lot of equipment tied up on site, and if we were to end up mixing in with a bunch of other trucks because somebody else is hauling water, we could find that we're over the daily maximum from the city that we've been talking to, and we might have to shut down operations periodically. So what we're asking for is that we could have commit to taking that water for that stretch.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Comments?
I don't have any questions of Brian. I have questions of staff later.
Okay. Thank you. Well, obviously, the reclaimed water facility is exactly for this purpose, right? It's for us to be able to encourage the use of that reclaimed facility for industrial purposes. So, one, we appreciate you guys coming in today to give us that request. Councillor Javetkov?
So 4,000 cubes a day, that's every day, 7 days a week
Yeah.
for
For over a month
35
there.
days or whatever.
Yeah.
And is all of that 4,000 cubes, do you expect to get it from the treatment plant?
Yeah, we have other sources that we'll be getting some water from as well, but we need that main source being 4,000 cubes from the city. It might, our frac operation's expected to take 24 days, but we wanted a little bit of leeway. This is January and February in the middle of the Peace Country, and we could see some inclement weather, so there is chances that we may need to shut down for a day or two in there due to weather, whether it's extreme temperatures, road conditions, and so on. So we wanted a little bit of leeway on it, or on either side of it.
So the other sources of water are over and above this 4,000 cubes?
That's correct. We're looking at a total of about 7,000 cubes a day that we're needing in total. And we do have it figured out from a number of other sources, but we want that 4,000 to come from the city and the reclaim facility. We have talked already with the city staff about Shell's saying that they won't need any of that water during that period. So that's why we're able to make this request.
Go ahead.
So is all of that work done with local suppliers?
Yes, right now we haven't bid it out as such because of the fact we don't have the commitment yet from the city. We're looking at 4 local suppliers doing RFP for hauling of that water.
Okay.
Councillor Rogers?
How many holes you do?
There's 4 wells that we're doing.
4? Okay.
And we would start, like I said, on about the 29th of January would actually be the first day of frac, and we should be 24 days.
Okay. Do you think that there'll be any opposition from the local haulers that are, you know, if we say, okay, you've got exclusive rights to the water, do you think we're gonna have any problems from other people coming in? Because we're not saying that they can have it?
That would probably be our decision.
Yeah. Well, I just wondered if you had an opinion, like if there was
I'm not aware.
any expected feedback from any of the other independent suppliers.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any at this point, and like I said, the water haulers that we're looking at utilizing are local to this Peace Country here.
Yep. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. We'll bring it back under mayor's business.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Merry Christmas, you guys.
Yeah, same to you guys.
Item 6.3, we have Mr. Plowright, Your Worship, Mayor of Village of Pooskupi in attendance. Good morning, Your Worship. Welcome. Merry Christmas. First, we want to express to you, we saw your announcement, obviously, of your intentions, and we want to wish you the very best in whatever your future endeavors come to you, and express our appreciation for your serving the community of Poos.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just have to grab my notes here. I set them down and rushing in here, trying to get everything done. I'll just do one second. Thank you.
Thanks for coming this morning. Next.
I couldn't find them. I had them in my back pocket. Good morning, Your
Good
Worship.
morning. Welcome.
Good morning, council. Good morning, gallery, guests. I'm here this morning to, I guess, reassure the fact that we have some tourism going on in Dawson Creek and Pooskupi. I'm sure there's been a lot of rumblings around, rumors. So first of all, I won't take a lot of your time. I just want to get right to the point here. Tourism is an industry driven from the bottom up. Everybody understands that, right? The value in the Community for Tourism Foundation session, communication, education, brings everybody together. Everyone sits at the table, everyone has their own opinion, and everyone has their own attractions that, you know, are true and to their own heart, right? For Dawson Creek, Pooskupi, plus the Peace River Regional District, right? Events that are held in Pooskupi for us, personally, we have our Canada Day Parade, we have our Truck Light Parade, we have our train trestle, we have our museum. You know, we've got one of the local artists stepped up, Mr. Codwell, and you know, added some more interesting artifacts to the village with our Iron Horse and our Buffalo and our Indian and the foyer of the office, plus some stuff at the museum. So I mean that adds to it. we have to have some discussions about sustainable funding model. It needs to include Pooskoopie sits at the table because this is a joint venture between Dawson Creek and Pooskoopie. And we find it very important. I mean, Pooskoopie, we don't have a lot of industry. I mean, we have to turn around and put some things together here over the next little while, the vision forward with the twining of the highways. We have to understand that, you know what, we have to bring things into Poos and bring some tourism into Poos. Tourism's a very concerned part of the Peace River Regional District. There's a lot of people in the Lower Mainland that don't even know that this exists up here, this beautiful country, right? What's the longevity of tourism in the industry in northeastern British Columbia? How long is tourism going to be around for? Probably forever, right? It affects us all personally. We all like to fish, hunt, quad, right? Fly airplanes, do all kinds of stuff up here. You know, 44,000 square miles, 70,000 people. There's lots of room to move, right? And there's a lot of things to see here. You know what, and first of all and foremost, I mean, council here has done a really good job doing, you know, their part for tourism in Dawson Creek with the reciting of the art gallery, the Encana Event Center, the Alaska Highway House, etc. The RV park up here, you know, brings in tourism. People can turn around and come and park and stay, you know, a little bit longer than what they would normally stay. I mean, the importance of the future events like the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway, the 150th birthday of Canada in 2017. You know, we all take pride in where we live. We like to show off what we have. We're a diamond in the rough up here, you know. If we all turn around and work together, we could probably, you know, shine it up a little more and put it out there. We personally, Dawson Creek and Pooskoopie, I can speak for myself and from Tourism Dawson Creek, have actually gone to the airports in, you know, Fort St. John and Dawson Creek and even down in Vancouver and put pamphlets down there to show people that there actually is, you know, something of value, you know, if you want to take a vacation in northeastern BC. With the value of the dollar right now being down, that's very attractive to a lot of people to come to northeastern BC. Every area is specific in the Peace River Regional District right now. Tumbler Ridge has their things, Chetwynd has their things, Hudson Hope, you know, all the way through, right? Taylor with the gold mining. You know, I think bottom line is, you know what, we have to support tourism because we have to support our local businesses. We have our small town love. I mean, everyone understands what that's all about. And, you know, we have joint AGM coming up for different NGIT and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's things that we need to turn around and work hand in hand. The bottom line is we need to support tourism, right? We need to renew the contract, and we need it because it's part of our economic development. Thank you very much for your time, and everyone have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Any
Does anybody-
questions?
Before you leave, anybody have any question?
Questions? Thank you for your
Mayor
comments.
Blaureich, thank you for coming in this morning. We
Well,
appreciate it.
thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Item 6.4, we have Melanie and Gerald Trebo from the Alcan Smokehouse in attendance. Good morning, you guys. Welcome. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. To you too. At least it looks and feels a little more like it out here now. Thanks for having us here. We're honored to have been asked, and I see that we're only one of two people speaking on this topic, so that makes me even more nervous. So, this community's had a huge effect on us, every nuance of our lives, and we're proud to be here today as we begin another chapter. As you notice, I'm going to do most of the talking. I think that's fairly typical in most marriages. Now, we all know that Dawson Creek is a pioneer community. We were started by men and women who turned out to be tougher than the environment that they came here to conquer. The Trebels and the McLarens arrived about 50 years ago. And honestly, that barely qualifies us for permanent residency, let alone, you know, pioneer status. But it was that same sense of adventure that brought them here. These two very different families, one recent immigrants, and the other with Canadian ancestors from centuries back, found out the same thing. This area is magical. Both Lothar and Harold were sold. This was home. Now, not everyone is fortunate enough to have been born here or able to move and start a life in the Peace Country. And it's long been our right and our responsibility to showcase it for the rest of the world and share what we have. When Lothar started business here, the history of this community and the legacy of the Alaska Highway was all new to him. It didn't take him long to realize this wasn't just a great story. This was an opportunity. Dawson Creek was letting the world know what it had to offer, and the world was coming to see. I brought something to show you. It's tiny, so you have to look real close. Many years ago, Lothar commissioned and had made a tiny mile zero post. Over 40 years or so, and that mile zero post was exclusive to us. It's no longer available. It's the last of its kind. Over 40 years or so, our jewelry store sold hundreds of these in gold and silver, and they went all over the world. Because of that, thousands of people who had no idea learned about Dawson Creek and the legacy left here in 1942. And they sent their friends, and they returned with family. And like so many others, Lothar hitched his ride to the cart of the tourism market, and everyone benefited. We had a chance to meet people from all over the world. We shook hands with folks from everywhere and made them feel welcome. Their generous support bolstered a business that was otherwise slow in the summertime, and it gave encouragement to us that we were part of something large. Businesses who put any kind of stake in tourism do so on faith. It hangs in the balance between world economics, war, weather, and a million other factors. Our store was a small player in the tourism stakeholders, but others depend on it. And our city didn't just support tourism, it embraced it. Thousands of folks ducked traffic to be photographed in front of a cultural icon because leaders, much like the current city council and tourism staff, made it happen. That commitment was foremost in our minds when we began this current project. With our unique location downtown, we had seen with our own eyes first the physical changes to the downtown and then the all-important change in the feel of the community. Pride grew. As downtowns faltered in every urban setting, we managed to hang on to ours, and it continues to grow. However, that tentative confidence that has inspired businesses and organizations to invest real dollars into this community has been a slow ripple effect. The minute that these stakeholders feel that the support from the city is gone, the ripple effect will reverse and at a much greater speed, and getting it back will be difficult. We feel in many ways we put a great number of our not so plentiful eggs into the tourism basket. We've taken one of the only historically unaltered buildings still standing and are making it into a community landmark. To get a lender to come on board with any new startup, especially a restaurant, is nearly impossible. But this idea caught the imagination of everyone. We had offers from 3 lenders that wanted to partner with us. The business plan that we submitted included an extensive section on tourism, demonstrating its steady growth, pardon me, and forecasting the potential income to be gained from that industry. That steady growth is only maintained by steady work. If we cut it now, we will lose that growth and the future opportunities. A year of planning has gone into this to bring together the past and present into something we can all be proud of. Gerald and I and some of our family have staked nearly everything on this, knowing that we had a core background of support from City Hall and Dawson Creek Tourism. The project has hired over 10 local companies who pay their employees to live and play here. To say that we were shaken by the news of the budget cuts to tourism is a vast understatement. If I might illustrate with personal experience, in our previous business, we weathered many storms and lasted through recessions and downturns, and we thrived when times were good. But we never, ever made huge cuts when times were rough. In 2008, our industry was in a uniquely bad situation. The world was in recession, but our major commodity, gold, remained impressively high in value, making our product much more expensive. And just when everybody had less discretionary money to spend, jewelers everywhere began selling off gold to raise capital. We trimmed back, we bought prudently, and we refused to join that trend. And when times got better, we had product. Many in our industry did not survive that recession. We didn't just survive, we had gains. The point is, severe sweeping cuts in tight times are never the answer. Spend wisely, hire the best people, and move forward. Tourism dollars are impossible to quantify. The industry can't be judged on a simple return on investment model. Its effects are way too far-reaching. Judging its efficacy requires compiling data from many sources. In straight dollars and cents, the Alcan Smokehouse is going to pay its property taxes whether it receives $10,000 or $50,000 in tourism revenue. But if the revenue is on the lower end, perhaps the Trebles don't renovate, or one of the sons doesn't purchase the home he was planning on, or Gerald doesn't get the new Ford F-150 that he's been dropping hints about. One truck doesn't make much difference to Danny Shields. But what if that ripples into 20 trucks? Then maybe the Shieldses don't buy new furniture, and City Furniture feels it, or Bing's. The ripple effect. But in simple and dollars and cents, the city feels none of that. We supported the Encana Event Center, the Calvin Crook Center, and the arena projects. Spending that amounted to tens of millions of dollars. We supported them because we need them. It's forward thinking. Change the model if it's not working for everyone. Consult and dialogue, but don't step backward. We need tourism Dawson Creek. We need tourism Dawson Creek. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
When is that restaurant going to be open? That's what I want to know.
Thank you guys so much for coming in this morning. We appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you.
And to you all too.
Thank you. Item 6.5, we have Donna Kane in from the Peace Liard Regional Arts Council in attendance. Good morning, Donna. Welcome. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to be here today. I have a book I'd like to pass around. I don't know how easy that would be, but I just wanted everyone to have it.
Do we need the presentation?
And I do have a PowerPoint as well. I also have some cards of our group, just for people who know a lot about us.
Oh, that's pretty dark.
Thank you. Know the way. Yeah. And with,
Thank
Shelley.
you. So my name is Donna Kane, and I'm the Executive Director of the Peace Liard Regional Arts Council. And as you can see from this first slide, we've been working for over 30 years to broaden opportunities for our region's artists and to support our local arts councils throughout the region. And some of the things that we have done in the past and continue to do is provide leadership grants to our local arts councils. We help administer the regional juried exhibit that takes place in different communities each year, and I'm sure most of you have been to some of those. And one of the other things we do is we try to develop special projects. And it's one of those special projects is why I'm here today, specifically to ask for approval in principle to locate a public art sculpture on the grounds of the NAR Park. This project is one of 4 that we've been sanctioned to do with the Alaska Highway Consortium in celebration of 2017, which is the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway, and also, of course, the 150th anniversary of Canada's Confederation. We have a theme song contest, which I think is going to be fantastic. We've had 23 submissions. They're so great that I don't know how the judges are going to be able to choose one. We are going to have a People's Choice option as well, and we're hoping for a CD. The Regional Arts Council, together with tourism and the museums, are working together to create a circle tour map of all the museums along the Alaska Highway corridor. So it'll be a map that tourists can put in their glove compartment and take with them up the highway. We're collecting stories, poems, other forms of writing related to the Alaska Highway, and those will be available in print as well as online. And our 4th project is the Public Art Project. The rationale for our Public Art Project is first that it acknowledges the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway and Canada's 150th. And one of the I think innovative and truly important aspects is that It will provide Indigenous and non-Indigenous artists in our region an opportunity to share their stories and perspectives. I think this is really important. Given last week the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report came out, I think it made it really clear that our country has to work to find ways to work together and to move forward in light of that part of our history. And I think this project will play an important part in that. One of the ways that we're doing this is we have 4 curators for the project. 2 will be Indigenous artists and 2 will be non-Indigenous. And they will work together to create the concept. And then there will be design aspects of this project that will be available to artists throughout the region to submit designs that will become part of the project. It'll leave a legacy for our region, and I believe far beyond that, because I believe the overall theme of this project is one that will have national scope, and that I think it will be recognition for our local artists, but also for the city and our region. So the 2 Indigenous curators, Adrienne Grey Eyes, some of you may know her. She lives in Fort St. John. She's a graduate of the Emily Carr University of Art and Design. She's very active within her Aboriginal group and in just making Fort St. John a more culturally diverse, open place to live. She does amazing beadwork and does it in a very innovative and conceptual way. Brian Youngin, I hope most of you know who he is. He was born in the Fort St. John area on the Doig Reserve, and he's of Denizen ancestry. He's not only one of the world's most renowned Aboriginal artists, he is one of the most highly regarded artists, period, in the world. And he's shown at the Tate, at the Smithsonian in New York, and he's offered to come on board to become an overall advisor for this project. You'll see his artwork there. One of his most well-known ones is a whale skeleton made out of plastic lawn chairs. So he's very equipped to work on modifying objects, which is behind this project that we're looking at. Our 2 local curators, non-Indigenous curators, who will be working with Brian and Adrienne. And I should also mention they all know each other, so they already know they can work together. They were all part of the Musqueam Artist Camp a few years ago. They've kept in touch, so there's no doubt that they will be able to work together. Emily Matson, I'm sure everyone here knows her, and if not her, you know the sculpture on your lawn outside. So she's also knows how to work with sculptures. And the other artist is her son Carl, whose sculpture the city has already commissioned one of that is now at the traffic circle. So I feel like we're well equipped with our artists to curate this project. So the next slide I'm going to show you is what I want you to think of as the canvas for this public art project. This is a caterpillar trencher that was donated by Roger Gregor in Fort St. John. I think it's pretty amazing that he's donated this for an art sculpture, because I said to him, you know, it's not going to look like this when the artists are done. It'll be something different. And he said, well, that's exactly what I want. He said, I've seen artifacts all along the highway and they're really interesting, but I want to see what artists can do with a piece of machinery. So this trencher was used in the building of the Alaska Highway, and it will be the canvas. All the pieces in there will become part of the material of the end result. Not all of the pieces may end up staying there. It's the important part of it is it's the base, the framework from which they'll start. I can't tell you at this point what it's going to look like. It's a creative process, and you know, until the curators come up with a conceptual drawing, I don't know exactly what it will look like. And I totally understand that the city cannot give a final approval on something that they don't know what it's going to look like or whether it's going to be successful. So what we're asking for today is just approval in principle that when it's done, when we have a conceptual drawing for the city to look at, would it be something that you might like to see at the NAR Park? One of the ideas that has come out so far that I can tell you about is the 2 tracks. They're looking at taking each piece of that track and asking regional artists to submit designs of what they consider to be their footprint. The idea being that all of the community members work together to create the fabric of where we live. And so the different designs would be selected and then cut into the tracks, and representing the fact that together, both Indigenous, non-Indigenous cultures are going to move forward together to create a new and more hopeful future. This, the Matsons were up looking at the trencher about a week ago, so this is the back end of the trencher. You see those 2 tanks, and they've got some pretty interesting ideas of what to do with those as well. But again, I can't tell you anything, you know, for sure, because these are artists, and they need to work together, and also with our region's artists to make sure that you know, it's going to be cohesive. I can tell you that the overall theme is going to be positive, celebratory. It's going to be respectful of our past, and it will also try to make a statement of how we can move together forward as a country, with both Indigenous and non-Indigenous working as one. So this is where we would like to put it, is on the NAR Park. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious why we think this is the ideal location. It's the start of the Mile Zero Alaska Highway. The trencher was used for building the Alaska Highway. And because we think this is going to be a really important sculpture, we want to make sure that as many people as possible are able to see it. So not only do we want our community members to see it, but we think tourists would get a lot out of it as well. And for them to be able to view it, to be able to see the stories, ideas that were shared by these artists before they start traveling up the Alaska Highway, I think is important and ideal. So the city would be contributing the location. The Peace Liard Regional Arts Council is, we have pending funding already from the Canada 150 grant, and we're looking at the Heritage Canada as well. Canada 150 won't make a final decision until we have at least approval in principle. They need to know that there's going to be a place for it to land. They love the idea. They think it's really important. And so I think it's just a matter of getting at least conditional approval for us to hear back on that grant. So I think we're well positioned to be able to fund it. And so the city would just be asked to work with us to find the best location at the NAR Park site, and approve the final design that hopefully you'll love. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Donna. Questions? Councillor Parslow.
Don't have a question, because Donna and I have met about this, and Kit Fast and I have chatted about it. I know 3 of the curators, and to me, their past performance and reputation is just superb. So I must admit, when I first heard about this, I had questions, but all my questions have been more than adequately answered. So I think this is a very interesting project, and I think it's. I love public art, and I love the public art we have. I wish we had some more of it. So this piece will certainly cause conversation, I'm sure, and that's just great.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments for Donna? Councillor Jevekov?
It is intriguing when you're using a piece of equipment to redevelop into art. I was just wondering about the funding. Like, what kind of a budget do you expect to have for this project?
The most expensive part, I think, will be if we need to incise into the metal. So we're going to, a lot of this can't be done perhaps by the curators or the regional artists themselves. We will have to commission people to come and do a lot of that sort of more I guess, technical industrial work. We've budgeted about, at this point, around 50,000 towards the actual material. We also have funding for the curators, small honorariums for the regional artists who will be part of the project, and of course a lot of us will be volunteer to see it through.
Thank you. Any further questions? So obviously we really appreciate it. It's a great initiative. We've I think as Councillor Parslow has indicated, we've all appreciated the iconic work that exists in our community, and so we really appreciate the initiative you guys are showing on this behalf. And so we will absolutely bring it back under Mayor's business, the request, and really appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, you too. And I can leave that book of Brian's here if you guys are.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, no, you guys can have it. It's got some pretty remarkable stuff in there. I think
Thank
we're
you.
pretty lucky to have this opportunity. So
Thank you so much, Donna.
thank you.
Next item, 6.6, we have Randy Testowich in this morning as youth coordinator from the Nanakan Friendship Center. And good morning, Randy.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning. Welcome, you guys.
This is Roseanne Labukin, one of the youth reps with from the youth group.
Well, welcome both of you. Thank you for coming this morning. And the floor is yours.
We're here today to request assistance with swimming passes, rock climbing passes, and skating passes for the season. Among requesting assistance with I guess a grant towards bringing a workshop called Going Miles to Dawson Creek. The youth group would like to host this event. It's 3 days with actor hypnotist Scott Ward and actor Dakota House. The youth are planning a trip to Gathering of Our Voices this March. And upon our return, we'd like to host Going Miles for the other youth in the community that don't have the opportunity to go to Gathering of Our Voices for whatever reason that may be. Going Miles, bringing it to Dawson Creek, I feel would benefit the youth in the community that face a lot of pressures that youth face today: peer pressure, bullying, violence. It'll broaden their awareness, help with their self-esteem, help them step into more leadership roles. And I thought that instead of having the youth always go to other places, if we bring something to Dawson Creek, that it would be great for the community as well, beneficial for the youth to take what they learned and expand that. Do you have anything to say?
No, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Javekov?
I like the idea of bringing something here because there's a lot more opportunity for more kids to take advantage of it. When you're going out, you're pretty limited with travel expenses and everything. Are you sending a request out to different groups, like nonprofit groups around town, community groups?
Yes, I've just written out a proposal to invite partnership from other youth groups in town as well. I'm going to be looking for sponsorship from vendors and merchants in Dawson Creek as well. We'll be making phone calls in the next while here with this idea, inviting people to get involved as well.
So do you have a list of all of the community groups, Rotary, Kinsman, Kiwanis, Oilmans?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Any further questions? Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I just, Randy and I talked the other day a little bit about this. And you guys have done some bottle drives and stuff like that. So they've been looking at getting fundraising, and they've been doing that on their own as well. But reading the mission statement for Nowickan Friendship Center, it does say it promotes friendship and understanding between Native and non-Native citizens of the South Peace River District. I think that we had talked a little bit the other day about going to go to this course and then bringing that knowledge back and sharing it with the rest of the community and the other youth that are in the community. You're fulfilling your objectives and everything else, which is good, and thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Any questions? So, yeah, obviously, I think we really appreciate you guys coming in this morning. I think the more that groups inform the community at a broader level, some of the activities, initiatives that are going on helps build our community, and certainly that's exactly what I think you guys are doing or intending to do, and we appreciate you coming in this morning and giving us an update on it. We'll bring your request back under Mayor's business later in our agenda and deal with it at that time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Merry Christmas to you guys. And that does our delegations this morning. Oh no, we have one more, sorry. 6.7. We have the honor this morning of Mr. Blair Leckstrom in attendance. Good morning, Blair. Welcome.
Good morning,
Nice to
Your
see
Worship,
you.
councillors, members of staff, and the gallery. It is always nice to come back into this building and not only visit, but to be able to present on occasion as well. So,
it's good to have you back in here.
Thank you very much. This morning I am here. I do work with HD Mining International Limited. It is a new coal mine project in the Tumbler Ridge area called the Murray River Project. It is an underground mine that we are in the process of going through the exploratory phase, and today I wanted to give you an update. I have been traveling. I've been to Chetwynd, Tumbler Ridge, the regional district, Pooskoopi we will be setting up. In the company I work for, one of the things I said is that although this mine is in Tumbler Ridge, about 12 kilometers out, and I'll get into the location, it all impacts all of us. When Tumbler Ridge is doing well, it helps Dawson. When Dawson is doing well, it helps Chetwynd and Tumbler. We are about 70,000 people on this side of the Rockies, and we grow and we learn together, and we prosper together, and we feel the pain together. So we thought it was important to make sure you had an understanding of this project and where we're at on it today. So, as I said, it is called the Murray River Project. It is an underground coal mine. We are in the exploratory phase. We are about just a little over 1,300 meters below surface today. We have hit the D seam where we are going to take our bulk sample from. We are within very, very short time. If we haven't concluded it by yesterday, it will be within the next few days. Our bulk sample will be extracted. We have to date employed over 1,000 Canadians on the project through contractors and so on. I know that there was a lot of discussion early on about temporary foreign workers coming in and taking this work. There were 47 workers from China that came over to run the underground longwall mine equipment that's utilized in this project. There is no longwall underground mining taking place anywhere in Canada right now. I believe it is going to be a big part of the future of coal mining, not just in British Columbia, but in our country. The footprint is extremely small. We actually have our decline located on the old Quintet conveyor site coming down, a very small portion. I do have some material I'll leave with you in pictures as well. This project at a time when coal mining, I think it's fair to say, is struggling right around the world. The commodity price is at an extreme low. The reason we continue on with our project is we have the ability with the longwall mining technique is once we get to the coal seam itself, we can extract about 90% of that coal seam. As compared to the old room and pillar, you're probably in the 65%, 70 on an extremely good day. The open pit that we're used to seeing in this region, the amount of overburden moved is where the real costs come in. You can hit a great coal seam, but to get to the next one, many times the challenge that our companies have is the amount of overburden that has to be moved, which increases your costs. Our mine will, as I said, we have received the BC Environmental Assessment Certificate. There were 24 conditions attached to that. We are in the federal review process right now. We expect and hope to see a response in the first quarter of 2016 on that. About March, we will begin the Mines Act permitting process, which could take up to 12 months. That's with the provincial government. So what will take place is once we complete our bulk sample, we will go into a care and maintenance type scenario until we have received our Mines Act permitting, the federal environmental assessment, and at which time the company will make a final investment decision on whether to move ahead or not. To date, we have invested about $165 million into this bulk sample. I can't say for sure, but having a history with the resource industry, this may be one of the higher cost bulk samples that I've seen take place, and that's partly because of what takes place with the decline and the underground activity that has to take place. Our decline in the portal that we actually are using right now will be part of the main mine, so that is a cost that is borne not just for the bulk sample but for the entire operation of an existing or an operating mine. Our mine will and is planned to, in first phase, run 25 to 30 years, 6 million tons a year up to, which is a very significant operation for anybody that followed the Teck and the Bull Moose history out there. This is very good metallurgical coal used in steel making. I think that's an important part with what we're seeing in the world today with the transition away from coal-fired electricity. Thermal coal seems to be a hot topic on people's mind if there's options that people can look at, and there are with natural gas particularly. But metallurgical coal, there is nobody that goes through their day that isn't impacted by it, and we don't often cast our minds to that. The issue for us is, as I said, although it's located just 12 kilometers from Tumbler Ridge, out just past the Quintet site, if anybody is aware of where that is, their cleaning plant and so on, we're just across the river. You can see us from there. We have the impact for this mine, in all honesty, is probably the size of a large parking lot, and I would use the Walmart site, and you'll see pictures of it here. It's pretty encouraging as we move forward and you see the new technologies becoming a bit. We are a resource-rich country, and our economy is backed by resource extraction. The issue for every type of resource extraction is how do we do it, and how do we do it better than we did before? And I think this is a step forward in how we do that. As I said, there's also the website on here, the sheets I will leave you. The longwall mining, for those of you that haven't seen it, a very incredible way, very safe way. HD Mining has 7 projects in China that are up and operating. I think it's fair to say that the common feeling that when you talk about coal mining in China is one of history where it hasn't been safe. I can tell you the work I've done with this company and the study I've done on it, the facts will point to something completely different. They are very actually progressive in their safety, actually the amount of work that goes into these mines. So I have learned a great deal, and every day I think we can all learn something new, but this is a great opportunity not just for Tumbler Ridge in a time when they're feeling the crunch with coal. This has the potential to produce 600 to 700 direct jobs at the mine site, both underground and above ground at the wash plant and loadout facility. Our plan is to train Canadians. We're working with Northern Lights College right now. There is no longwall miners in Canada per se. There is no longwall mine operating in Canada, and there is no longwall mine training. So we're working on curriculum development with Northern Lights College right now. In our environmental assessment that we put forward, we talked about a 10-year transition to all Canadian workers. If we could accomplish that in 1 year, we'd be happy to do so. The reality is foreign workers, as we call them, temporary foreign workers, are more costly to utilize. There seems to be a myth that we bring workers in and it's cheaper for the companies to do that, when in fact the housing, the expense of housing those and feeding them and all of their benefits as well as their pay increases our cost. We're quite confident. Safety is obviously, like any resource extraction, the highest priority for HD Mining. And we believe that when the decision is made, and we can't begin training until a decision is made, we've seen what's taken place there. There's an example in Ontario where they were, and with good hearts and good minds, thinking they're getting ahead of the curve, began a training program for a project. People were very excited. People were being trained up, and then the project didn't go ahead. It really let a lot of people down. What we've said is, look, when we make our decision to go ahead, and I'm an optimist and I'm confident we'll get there, at that point we will begin our training immediately in cooperation with Northern Lights College. Much of it will be delivered in Tumbler Ridge near the mine site itself. It is the type of training where you will be on site and then back in the classroom. But as soon as we have the prerequisites and all of that set up, we'll share those with council as well. But I don't want to take a great deal of time. I know everybody has a very busy schedule in your council today, but I wanted to bring you that update and let you know, and if you had any questions, I would try and answer them. If council is interested in having a look at the site, we could arrange that. I would suggest we maybe look to the spring or summer months. Right now, to walk down 1.3 kilometers underground, I would encourage all of you to take me up on that walk. Actually, that's a bit of tongue-in-cheek. It's about a 15% slope going down there. It's a heavy walk. When the project moves ahead, and again, I'm the optimist, there is full mechanical equipment with conveyors and so on. The other real highlight, we worked with First Nations. We continue to work with the First Nations in the region on this, talking about, you know, what this means to be able to extract 6 million tons of coal with a footprint the size of a large parking lot, and I go back to that quite often. We also made a determination after those discussions that rather than bring the coal out on the site, we are going to take and run an underground conveyor all the way to the wash plant, which lessens the impact in dollars to develop this mine. So with that, the other thing they have taught me coming from this room and carrying on to provincial politics is that you can be taught to talk a lot and say very little. So I'm going to sum it up with that, and hopefully I've covered everything, but I would be happy to answer any questions from council at this time.
Thanks, Blair. Councillor Javetkov?
So it's a small footprint for the mine itself. How about the rest of the facilities, like the loadout and wash plant and handling and all that stuff?
We have had contact and discussions with some of the mines out there that are maybe thinking of not reopening or doing it. There seems to be little interest in allowing the purchase of an existing wash plant at this point, but those discussions will go. The footprint will be about the same as the others that you see. Coal mining operations, we have reached agreement with one of the companies based on our loadout facility, which allows a little transition on the land itself, so lessens the footprint there. Pretty standard footprint when it comes to a coal wash plant, though, the size of it. But again, most of the footprint of any mine, particularly when you're looking at open pit coal, is actually that. It's the pit surface.
So you're looking at an existing facility, though, as opposed to building new?
We have, right now, all indications are we'll probably have to build new. It's not up to us, it's up to the other companies. And like most, they have heavy investments out there. I don't think anybody has come and said we're never opening in Tumbler Ridge again. They're waiting for the commodity prices to change. So I think they're probably somewhat leery to enter into an agreement to sell something and then have to rebuild one themselves. But if that option is there, we're open to have that discussion with any of the companies.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? So, Councillor Parsley?
It was a good job. No questions.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Some.
I have a lot of internal dialogue going over through me, as we mentioned, with mention of coal inside of our global warming issues and the Paris Accord, etc., etc. But I don't think this is the venue to share those things. But I do have a question about the contract. Does this company have secure contracts with Chinese steelmakers?
Part of that is there. I am not in a position to be able to talk about the end contracts that are there. They will use the open market as well on occasion, but part of the advantage we have when I talk about the metallurgical coal that comes from the Tumbler Ridge area is the quality of the metallurgical coal. So that plays in our favor as well, but it is going to be steel making. But as far as the contracts, Councillor Parslow, I can't go into detail.
See, I don't think it's good for a community to continually go through the expectation of we're going to have a viable company for years, because we've had a litany in this area of on-again, off-again toll projects. So I guess my question is really, how secure is this for Tumbler Ridge as a venture?
Well, I think in today's market, it is as secure as you could get. I do want to reiterate, though, we are still in the exploratory phase. Pulling out a bulk sample is what has to be done.
Yeah.
That will then be shipped over, tested to make sure it meets the coking capability that's needed. I'm pretty optimistic that the next coal mine you see operating in our region and the Tumbler Ridge area could very well be HD mining, and that's meaning we have to develop it as well. But I know you mentioned something earlier that it would be a longer conversation. I think a lot of Paris, a lot of the climate change issues are focused on thermal coal versus met coal, just because we haven't found a different way to make steel yet, and until we do, and I'm sure technology one day will catch up with that. But I think it's encouraging to see the opportunities on the thermal coal side being able to change. I mean, we sit on vast fields of natural gas here, which is, although a fossil fuel, the cleanest burning fossil fuel on the planet. To be able to transition any coal-fired power over to a combined cycle, for example, with natural gas, I think is going to go a long way to help meet the new targets that are going to need to be met in the world. But metallurgical coal used properly and in the proper, I think, realm is going to be with us for some time until we see technology catch up.
Thanks, Blair. Thank you. So obviously we appreciate you coming in and giving us an update. As you started out, the South Piece benefits as the South Piece as a whole, and our community certainly has benefited from the development of that mining industry in Tumbler Ridge over a long, long period of time. So we appreciate you coming in this morning and giving us an update on it, and thank you for that. And wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much, and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you. So that concludes our delegations this morning, and now I'd like to take a 7-minute break, and we'll reconvene. Thank you.
I'm not doing this. You guys are.
So now we're going to get back into our regular agenda, and we've got a couple items. I'm going to, just for purposes of the gallery, just explain a little bit of the process we'll go through this morning. We have a committee of the whole this morning, which has all of our department heads and various areas reporting to council, and that will flow through our agenda this morning. We've got a report from the tourism folks this morning as our first report on our committee of the whole. And I'm going to go back after, we're going to go through this process. We'll do the committee of the whole reports. We'll do tourism. Then I'm going to bring it back from council through our mayor's business, because we've got a number of items to deal with. And then the benefit of the gallery then don't have to sit through the rest of those committee of the whole reports from the department heads. We can deal with the mayor's business and deal with the issue of tourism through mayor's business. And then the gallery can leave, and if they choose, and we'll go back into our agenda. And so I just want to vary that agenda for council, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Okay.
So,
sorry?
Do you need a motion for that?
I think the chair always maintains the prerogative to amend the agenda as required.
Wow.
Well.
And if you say it with enough authority, sometimes people buy it.
Say it louder, it makes it more true.
And the chair. So we're going to go back into our agenda of regular council, and next item on the agenda was item 13, our question and answer period. Brenda, any?
No one is second.
Thank you. And media question, Johnny, do you want to wait? And Ashley's gone. Do you want to wait media till after?
I just had one
Okay.
question that we could knock out right now.
All right.
I was wondering if somebody could just, it's probably a question for Kevin, but, well, actually, let's do this after because it concerns the CAN.
Okay. And that will be dealt with under mayor's business?
Yeah.
Sure. So we'll catch it after the stuff. Thank you. So we'll move to committee of the whole 15.1. We have tourism. So April and Austin, good morning, you guys. I'm assuming you're together there and doing our thing. So good morning. Welcome. Merry Christmas, you guys.
Good morning and Merry Christmas, Your Worship. Council.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this morning, and we're going to give you just a brief rundown of the highlights of our report. Austin will do that, and then I'll speak to the community tourism workshop and the recommendation from our stakeholders. So, Austin?
Of course. So, since we last reported, we've been quite busy. As of November 30th, we've seen roughly about 18,860 visitors come through our visitor center. We've seen roughly about 5,000 people come through the Alaska Highway House. And as of last weekend, or this weekend, we're seeing retail sales hovering around the $90,000 mark. We kept busy at the U17 with the collection of the STEAM report. Some of you guys saw us walking around with the tablets collecting data. We've also been seeing an increase in our social media campaigns and all of our uses of it. So we've seen an increase in a spike there, and we've also been engaged with a community tourism opportunities project with the Northern Rocky Regional Municipality, Fort St. John, and Pouce Coupe towards the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway and marketing it. We're also currently working on applications for the 2016 cooperative marketing project and innovative fund project by Destination BC Visitor Center Network. And at this point, I'll hand it back over to April there to continue on about the Community Tourism Foundation's plan.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you very much. And also, Your Worship, I'd like to just acknowledge our Tourism Dawson Creek staff. We have Kim and Sydney, and in the back here we have Joyce Lee, our Visitor Center Manager, and of course all of the tourism supporters that have come here today. Oh, and Caitlin. Caitlin? Yes, and your mom and dad for their wonderful presentation. So just to be clear, we held a tourism planning workshop on December the 9th, and thank you very much to Councillor Schumann and Councillor Rogers for hanging in there for the entire session. We certainly appreciated your contributions. Tourism Dawson Creek was scheduled for a community tourism plan refresh, and due to the decision by council, we bumped that up to a December date. And this, we worked with Destination BC to plan the workshop. It is a Destination BC funded workshop through the Tourism Foundation's program, and actually it is one of the final workshops that will be taken. That program has now evolved into something different with all of the Destination BC changes to their strategy. And so I must say that the workshop was a 4-hour workshop. Generally it's much longer, and of course the conversation was focused around council's decision, and offered the stakeholders an opportunity to express their support and concerns for tourism in the community. And so I would say that we are looking at ways in which we can go back to our stakeholders to refine our tactics for the tourism plan. So that'll take a little bit more time over the years, but or the months. But out of the discussions, it was certainly a recommendation that the stakeholders definitely felt a tremendous support that Tourism Dawson Creek was important to the overall health of the tourism industry in the community. And although everyone recognizes the value of the investment of the city over the years to help build a strong community destination marketing organization to the point that it is now. We also discussed looking at alternate forms of funding. We know that the MRDT, the Municipal Regional District Tax, which is the new name for the additional hotel tax, is an option for funding. Over the years, we've certainly considered that. There are many different aspects of pursuing that funding in various communities, particularly in Dawson. There's a few challenges, but as I had indicated when reporting to the Policy Review Committee, that is something that we felt it was time to look for a sustainable funding model. So at any rate, an outcome of the workshop and a recommendation from the stakeholders to request to council to extend the contract to Northern BC Tourism Association, which will provide adequate time for Tourism Dawson Creek staff and Northern BC Tourism Association to work with the City of Dawson Creek to research and develop a more sustainable funding model. And with that, I would also say that throughout all of this, we have now established a very strong advisory group. Volunteers came forward out of the meeting. And the one other aspect that I think is really important is that if you could appoint a member from council to serve as the tourism champion and help work through that, all these changes, so that we can end up with a win-win for everyone. So we are certainly more than pleased to respond to questions from.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys coming in this morning and giving us the update. Councillor Rogers.
Hi. Northern BC Tourism, who funds that?
Northern BC Tourism receives funds from Destination British Columbia. They have a contract with Destination British Columbia for specific to carry out certain tasks or roles with Destination
And
BC.
that's who you work for, right?
That is who I work for.
Getting clear.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then,
And we take on different projects, one of which is the Tourism Dawson Creek contract.
okay. So that's who you work for, is
Northern BC Tourism.
Northern
Mhm.
BC Tourism? Okay. Now, you might have to cut me off because I'm gonna skate a thin line.
I'm okay with that.
During the meeting that we had when council decided to end the contract with Dawson Creek Tourism.
Mhm.
In that meeting, because there's a lot of misconception out there that we were shutting down tourism altogether. That's what I gathered out of the newspaper. And all of the comments that were made. The support for tourism in this town by the city, I think, is unprecedented by any other community.
Correct.
The amount of money that we put into tourism per capita is a lot more than any other northern community. When that decision was made by council, and council represents the citizens, like, that's our boss, or my opinion, that's my boss, is the citizens of Dawson Creek. And the decision was made by council to not fund Dawson Creek Tourism anymore. That was just that one entity. As far as the rest of it goes, what we were doing was, we're looking for ideas and ways to change our strategy, change the way we do business. Destination BC, you just said, they're changing their strategy. There's a lot of companies that are out there because of the economic conditions right now that are changing their strategies, refocusing, cutting back, and reducing services and stuff like that. So when council had directed, I believe we had told our CAO that council's direction was to terminate our contract with Dawson Creek Tourism. And I believe we had asked for a report from Dawson Creek Tourism on a transition plan. And I just...
So we asked our CAO
to ask that.
To bring back a report to council.
Yeah. So I do believe our CAO had asked Tourism Dawson Creek for a report and on what tourism would look like without Dawson Creek Tourism. And I think to this date, I don't think our CAO has seen that yet. I'm just wondering why that wasn't done yet.
We also discussed with your CAO seeking stakeholder input to ensure that the stakeholders agreed and still felt that tourism was important. And so we have created a draft of that report, but We were also waiting on the outcomes of that particular, of the workshop, to ensure that the stakeholders were still felt that tourism was valuable and that Tourism Dawson Creek was valuable.
Okay,
So that will be combined in your report.
when that decision was made back in October, I was maybe naive, I guess. I was under the assumption that that report would happen right away. We already had, as a council, when we were discussing it, there was lots of ideas of what everybody had around tourism. I won't speak to those, or can I?
Well, I think the aspect is this council, once we deliberate with our CAO and understand those, then council will make the decisions in terms of what those functions will be that move forward in our community. And that's what will be a part of how we move forward today.
And that part of that I thought was going to happen a whole lot faster than what it did. And I still, just sitting here right now, I'm going, what was the delay? You could have, I just look at it and go, like, that's who you work for. You're working for this board, and you work for, then the CAO works for this board. We work for the citizens. We are going through a budget process, and we're looking for ways of diversifying and restructuring. Part of tourism, when I look at it, is there's a lot of duplication of services. Parts of those duplication of services would be Encana Event Center. They do a lot of their own advertising. The fairgrounds, the rodeo, they do a lot of their own advertising. Mile Zero Park Society, they do a lot of their own. So there's a lot of redundancy in through advertising that gets done. And we're talking about Destination BC doing advertising. Because if you go to the website and you go Destination BC Dawson Creek, the information that I get from that is that we have a population of just over 10,000 people, and it talks about, we have fishing, and we have a ski hill, and we have cross-country skiing, and listed a few other things. Part of it that didn't list was we have a vibrant downtown core with a lot of businesses, and these are some of the businesses that should be there. I would think that because that's what all the business people here are talking about, is a key component. But I don't see it in Destination BC.
So part of today is going to be, what are we moving forward with? Right now, council's made the decision, we're not renewing the contract. Council now has to take that information that we now are faced with, and how are we going to move forward with it? And part of that will be, what are those accountabilities? What are those functions? What are those things we expect to see, if any? Well, we haven't given that direction.
But we're still waiting for information.
Right. So that's part of what today is about.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow?
If Councillor Mark has finished, I'd like to just make a motion.
Well, I was also.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
yeah it is. Yeah.
You have to wait.
Yeah.
When we talk about tourism, and I believe it's some of the citizens' misconception of what tourism is in Dawson Creek and what tourism is doing for the $500,000+ that they get annually. I went back to the history, and over the last 10 years, it's actually $5 million. It's more than $5 million. But Dawson Creek invests in tourism heavily. It doesn't come up as tourism. It comes up as investing into our arenas, which bring in people from out of town for tournaments, and our curling rink. There's bonspiels for that. We invest in the Encana Event Center for bringing in people from outside to go to concerts and U17. We invested into a change room which would help bring people in for that. We invest into the into the Lakota Center as well, into our swimming pool. They bring people into town.
Okay,
There's a
you're
lot
going
of
into an
things.
area here that's a part of our accountabilities. It's not tourism's
Yeah,
accountability.
but I'm just saying that there's a lot of opportunities that is in this town already for tourism that I think a lot of people in this town, in this gallery,
But that has,
that
but
don't
that,
know about.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
so that's our
pretty
fault.
sure they
getting a
know.
chance
That's our
to
fault.
talk
then.
about it.
Not theirs.
Yeah.
That's our fault.
Sure they
Okay.
know about those things.
Anyways,
If
For-
I may,
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think that we've always recognized that the investment by the city of Dawson Creek is really quite a significant investment. I think also many different times we've spoken about that, and then also where the municipal government steps in often is to help build the infrastructure to help move tourism forward in the community. And I would say provincially, the model of Dawson Creek and the investment in moving tourism forward to building a strong destination marketing organization in your community and to help manage the marketing of tourism as well as the visitor servicing has been significant. So from our perspective, that certainly has never been overlooked. It's always been valued.
and
Thank you.
And you had mentioned about the hotel tax. In the 2009 thing that you went through, because I got the book, it did mention that was one of it mentioned a lot about being sustainable, like all of the actions wanting to be sustainable. My problem is I got maybe a different meaning what sustainable means. We've talked about that. But I also noticed in there that it did say that back in 2009, tourism, Dawson Creek was going to be looking at going after the hotel tax for part of tourism. Did that ever happen?
It was a recommendation,
Yeah.
and I think I actually, I tried to speak to that when I was summarizing the points. But originally, that's a recommendation in many different community tourism plans. That certainly was an initial recommendation in this particular plan. We've always looked into it. Initially, when that plan came about, there were less accommodation properties in the community. And certainly at that time, those operators did not have an appetite for that. There are other options. There's an actual destination management fee. There are different formulas for funding in the community. So we've always tried to look at best practices and to look at other options. And another challenge that we do face in this community is that a group of the properties do charge a rural destination management fee, which is separate. And one of the requirements for this, in order to implement the tax, is that you need 51% of the beds, 51% of the beds representing 50% of the hoteliers. And so that is a challenge, but we don't feel that that's insurmountable. And of course, again, it's been something that we've looked at. We've looked at other models, and most recently, even Fort St. John is trying to take a look at what that looks like, and we've brought a representative from Destination BC in to discuss the model. So, did we pursue it? No, because there were too many challenges, and of course, we would have certainly been open to greater dialogue if there was certainly pressure to go and find another funding formula. We would have certainly been happy to work with you to do that rather than get to the stage we are now. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I guess personally, I support the Visitor Information Center and the magazine. You know, I think they're important and they're critical to the community, and it's part of the substance of most communities. When I drive into whatever town, I look for the Visitor Information Center just to figure out what's going on. So I think that's an important aspect of it. But I'm just wondering about the, this hotel tax, or I would envision a tax on RV parks, spots and all that. Is that something that the city can just pass a motion on and say, okay, we're implementing this, or the regional district, or how does that work?
So there's some, I shouldn't even try, I'll give it to Kevin or to the tourism folks, but it's my understanding, as April's indicated, there's some tight parameters in terms of how, before you can implement it, you need approval of the majority of the rooms and the owner, or the ownership groups of the hotels. And there's very tight protocols in terms of what you can use the funding for, in terms of how and what that money is used for in your community. You can't just collect the tax and use it for funding general operation. So, correct me, or somebody, is that the parameters? Pretty close?
It's okay. Yes, there are. Well, the parameters actually are fairly broad. It can subsidize the operation of a community destination marketing organization. You're required to present a 5-year plan, and that is approved, and renew it. Since the additional hotel tax, which it was called prior to the HST, and then the name was changed. There are a few different parameters now, but there are other communities, for instance, that have gone, or other organizations that have gone about charging just a fee at their campgrounds. So there's many different options out there, but this is the one that's standardized, and there's about 60 communities in the province who are now viewing that as the best solution for funding tourism. So again, that has evolved over the years. It's far more acceptable than it was at the inception of
So just
Tourism
one more
Dawson Creek.
question. You've got a committee set up. Are they actively working, or are they waiting for a blessing from the city?
Well, we set it up as just as a volunteer advisory group. We haven't actually we haven't gone through any formal discussions. We've sent out an email with a report to the group, but we actually haven't had another formal meeting. I would suggest that maybe that is something we need to discuss with the city, as to what you would like this group to look like. Other communities have it's a committee appointed by council. So again, that is something that we can work through with
Well, I guess when I looked at it, I thought, well, you know, regardless of what happens,
right.
the contract isn't terminated till May. In the meantime, there's a group, and I didn't realize it was just an advisory group. I thought they were going to be doing legwork, you know, pursuing other options, because an advisory group, I mean, you can get lots of advice right from here. But actually people doing work, going out and scouting out other options is I would think that would already be implemented.
Sure, and we haven't, again, the meeting was held on December the 9th. Everyone agreed to join. We've been preparing for this as well as a couple of other time-sensitive projects, and I think that not only would we call upon the expertise of that advisory group, but if we needed people on the ground to go and investigate, we would certainly do so. I have also spoken with Destination BC, and Peter Harrison has agreed to come up and meet with the group to explain all the parameters of the MRDT. So there are sort of things in the wings, and now we'll wait for Christmas and the beginning of the new year, and we can get rolling.
Councillor McFadden?
Thank you. It's my understanding that Northern BC Tourism is headquartered in Prince George, and that Dawson Creek is the only city in the north that contributes to them, like Prince Rupert or Burns Lake doesn't. Is that true?
Well, Northern BC Tourism has a contract to manage the manage tourism Prince Rupert as well, and Northern BC Tourism has the contract to administer Tourism Dawson Creek, and then also administers the Alaska Highway project as well. Northern BC Tourism takes on different projects.
So
but-
just Prince Rupert and Dawson Creek are the only municipalities?
Yeah, right now they're the only ones.
Thank you.
Councillor Schumann?
Thanks, April. Can you tell me, so this council has voted to discontinue this contract as of the end of May or May. So moving forward, trying to get funding, I know there's applications for different funding, et cetera, et cetera. And so what does that mean, the contract ending on May, whatever? What does that mean for your applying for those fundings? Can we still apply for those funds? Is like,
Well, the deadlines for certain funding, such as the Destination BC Cooperative Marketing Program, that is due December the 31st, and as the Innovation Fund for the Visitor Center. And the Visitor Center is a total of $7,500. It's money for a project, and it was applied to the military tent last year. And the Destination BC Cooperative Marketing Fund or program is it's different this year, whereby it's a collaborative approach where you're not just submitting on your own, you're working with the other communities and committing an investment. So what that means is that if there is no one to manage the activities that are included in that proposal, then it would be advisable not to participate. And the funds for the investment, and that would be coming out of next year's budget.
Thank you. So thank you, guys. We appreciate obviously the work, the initiative, the passion that's been displayed in our community for tourism, I think is evident. And so we appreciate you guys coming in this morning and giving us an update. And Council will be dealing with it in Mayor's business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor's business.
So now we're going to go back into Mayor's business. And the first item I want to bring back in is reconsideration of the Beef Congress motion that was dealt with at the last meeting. I'm bringing it back on the basis that, from my perspective as a, the agriculture industry was really what built our community. We have very few opportunities in which to support or promote initiatives that go on and promoting economic opportunities such as this. And so I would like to ask if we could, I'm going to bring it back for consideration, and I want to bring it back from the perspective of we have supported so many initiatives in our community from the view of enhancing every aspect of economic opportunities. And the Beef Congress, and certainly the work that they've done in so many ways in promoting the agricultural industry and the cattle industry in our community, I think we benefit from immensely. And I want to bring that motion back for Council's consideration or reconsideration this morning. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that back. I was disappointed that we weren't successful in the motion that we made at the last council meeting. I feel the same way as you do. I think that just because we might be feeling, the downturn in the oil and gas industry, it certainly isn't the time to start, not paying attention to the other arms of our economic development and resource and the stuff that goes on in this region. And I fully support making a contribution to this Congress.
So the $2,500, did it come from our economic development budget?
No, it would have been our sponsorship.
Sponsorship?
Budget, which I'm sure is still good.
Shelley?
Yeah, through your worship, it would go under your community grants and sponsorship budget, which is preliminary set at 50, depending on what council does with the budget. The biggest thing is that they didn't go through the grants and sponsorship program, so it would be a waiving of policy to give the sponsorship because it's over $1,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Just a question, not a challenge at all. Do you need a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to make it as a motion. I
Yeah.
just wanted to give you guys
For
a-
reconsideration.
for
right?
reconsideration.
Yeah, okay.
So you made that motion?
So I'm making that by way of a motion. Sorry, Brenda?
Actually, when you came to this item on the agenda, the motion is back on the floor for discussion.
Okay.
So moved by Schumann, second by
Okay.
Patton. For 2,500.
Councillor Javetkov?
You know, to say that we haven't supported the agriculture industry, I think is absolutely wrong.
Did I say we haven't supported them, or did I say?
I'm saying that we
should-
have supported them.
I agree. And I think we should look for opportunities every chance.
When you look back at the multiplex, there was a lot of discussion then about including the Lakota Center. And one of the big selling features to me for the Lakota Center was to show respect to our agricultural industry, the rural people and that type of thing. And there was like some millions of dollars spent on that Lakota Center. And there was some pushback on that. People said, well, you know, for a few people that have horses and that type of thing. It wasn't about that. It was about supporting the agricultural sector of our community. You know, the Fall Fair and Exhibition is another aspect that we support to the tune of over $100,000 a year. So we support the agriculture industry lots already. Now, you know, my approach with these type of things, conferences and that, is to go to the industry, it's their conference. They should be supporting it. Especially now. I mean, you know, the prices are up, you know, things aren't that bad. I don't think it's out of line to say, well, you know, maybe they should be sponsoring their own conference at this point. When we did conferences for the oil and gas industry, we went to industry, and they sponsored the conference. It was held here, it brought visitors here, but it was sponsored by industry. So I still object to, or not object, but I'm not in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Through your worship to Shelley, is there any money left in the grant fund?
Through your worship, so this is a 2016
2016
event. So it would be part of the 2016 budget, which nothing has been spent to date that I know of, unless council decides to change the budget and vote on it.
So, Councillor Javetkov missed out as well that we permissively exempt taxation from the United Grain Growers Association. So I believe there is a lot of support. And if you want to tie this into economic development, yeah, there's people that are going to be coming in from out of town to attend that event. But, you know, keep in mind, it's just a one weekend thing. There's, I had brought it up earlier about the high school. You know, if the city would like to sponsor over at the high school as well, they could have their logo up on the wall, and that high school is going to be bringing in students and parents from out of town for the whole year, rather than just a one-day event. And I do think that we're supporting that event right now. They're in our facility. I believe they're going to be using the kitchen in the Encana Event Center as well. And so there's money being spent by the citizens already on that event.
And that's what we do in this city. That's how we build a community, is by trying to enhance and attract and develop opportunities to bring people into our community and use our facilities, I believe. And to me, that's the purpose of this. We sponsored the Rotary Convention for $10,000 to use that facility and benefit from that facility.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we do.
You're right, but is that where we want to put it?
Well, that's my question.
That's what we're going to decide anyway.
Councillor Schumann, one last.
I just, you know, listening to Councillor Rogers, I just wanted to point out that the school did come and ask us for sponsorship, and we're turned down as well. So if you want to
Thank you.
remind us all of that.
Question? All in favor? Opposed? It's defeated. Thank you. It doesn't pass. 3-3, right?
3-3
Because
defeated.
we made the motion, so 3-3 defeats it.
Yeah. Thank you. Joint meeting. So I just wanted to raise up the follow-up. There was a news article recently from the City of Grande Prairie. I updated council about a month and a half ago in my discussions with the Mayor of Grande Prairie, following our discussions at UBCM with the Attorney General and with the RCMP about trying to host a joint initiative somehow with the City of Grande Prairie and ourselves in dealing with the whole issue of public safety. The Mayor of Grande Prairie and the Council of Grande Prairie have supported the Mayor's initiative to bring that forward. He's going to be, my understanding, writing a letter. I haven't had any conversations with Mayor Gibbons since our discussions before that. I just saw his news release, so I'll follow up with him. It's my understanding he's going to write us a letter extending the invitation to host and hold the event, and then we'll reach out to, now there's been a recent change in the provincial government. The Minister of Attorney General, who used to have our responsibility for it, Mike Morris, MLA for Prince George, has been appointed Solicitor General. So I'm not sure that Minister Morris might not be more appropriate to be involved in it, but we'll follow that around. But anyway, I just wanted to let council know that that is going on, and I think it's a really terrific opportunity for us to engage in a conversation at a higher level to deal with the whole component of public safety for our community and our region. Once we have the parameters set around that, we'll extend the invitations out absolutely to the other municipalities and regional district directors, because I think public safety affects us all, and with all of us at the table, I think we're stronger from that perspective. So that it's just an update for council. Do you have any questions about that?
That's good.
Thank you. We had a request from the young ladies from the, no, sorry, first I want to go to Spickers. We had a request from Spickers for another container. Kevin, the cost of?
Through your worship, an additional container is about $82 plus GST, and then I'm assuming they'd be requesting the monthly or bi-monthly tipping fees, which is $12 a month, $24 bi-monthly. So a one-time cost of the container plus the tipping.
So $100 up front and then another $125 to $150 a year, approximately.
240. Through your worship.
About
a little over 240.
Okay. So moved, Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Schumann. Discussion. Councillor Parslow, then Councillor Javetko.
Yeah, I guess it's a question for you to staff. I'm just wondering, just looking crystal ball in here, how many other organizations will similarly make a presentation that, you know, they're a non-profit group, etc., etc.
Through your
But I'm
worship,
not in that, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm just wondering the implications of this. I think of some of the groups I'm associated with, it'd be tempted to say to them, well, you guys, I know you're struggling for funds, why don't you put in a request to city? Not that I think I'd do that, but you know what I'm trying to get at.
through your worship, right now, the bylaw, the only thing that we have named in the bylaw that allows for an exemption is for medical waste, which we approved that when we did the bylaw.
Yeah.
Other than that, it'll be case by case for council decision.
Thank you. Councillor Javetko.
I think our, you know, we've heard the lecture here before about, you know, if somebody doesn't pay for their water, if some organization doesn't pay for their water, then the taxpayers have to pick up the tab. And it's the same applies to this. So if these people don't pay for their garbage pickup, then the taxpayers have to pay for it. I would like to see some consistency where, you know, everybody pays their way. There's other, I mean, you know, there's other people that will donate a garbage can to them. And as far as the pickup, $12 a month or whatever, surely Spickers can absorb that, you know. It's just, I don't think it's something that we want to get into. Unless we're going to develop a policy where all nonprofit organizations get free garbage pickup or something like that. But, you know, it's, to me, I don't support it anyways.
Was there a request to waive the tipping fees, or was it for the container?
Through your worship, I believe the request was just for the container, but I'm making an assumption that along with that would be the request. She didn't mention it, and I don't believe it was in the request.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, further comments? Should we, and I'm just going to ask the question, should we seek clarification on that whole, capital cost is one component to it, but the ongoing commitment to the city of the tipping fees is another, a long-term tail to it that I think we should get clarification from Spickers.
I would think so.
So,
Your worship, I'll give them $100 for the garbage can and they can pay for their tip.
yeah. Well, I don't think that's the question. So
That's a solution.
It is a solution. There you go.
You could just
So,
vote yes.
I think we do, because I always worry about creating a precedent, and so we should, if you have the doubt.
I just want to make sure we have clarification
Yeah.
from Spickers that that's the position that Spickers are bringing forward. That I know they wanted the concern about paying the container fee, but could we refer?
Yeah, through your worship, why don't you let us just
Refer.
clarify with Spickers.
So we'll refer it back till January 4th for
so moved.
further information.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow,
Yeah.
seconded. Councillor Schumann. On the Councillor Javeco.
Yeah, I know that they generate a lot of garbage there. There's a lot of people there, especially through Christmas, because there's a lot of domestic issues and that type of thing. So, I mean, Mark has offered to buy them a
We'll
garbage
get
can.
them the
Why don't we
container.
get
We'll
them the garbage can?
container.
And as far as the tipping, we could. They pay for the first few weeks, and by the time.
Well,
it
we'll have
comes
an answer
around-
by January 4th. We'll get the container for them and then
Go
we
and
can
buy the
clarify
garbage
it for
can.
January 4th.
And I'll go on record as saying I'll buy them a garbage can.
Thank you. So on the motion to refer to further information, you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Were you in favor of that?
Of referring, yeah.
Yeah. Next item, we have Encana. We had a presentation from Brian and in regards to a request from Encana. Kevin, can you give us a little bit of an update on the implications, please?
Yep, certainly. Through your worship, following the request last week from McKenna, we sought some advice, some legal advice, just to see the implications and the availability to council to make a decision on this. What we have learned is there's three things that need to be considered in order to enter an exclusivity type of contract. One is that City Council must feel comfortable that they're getting value for that exclusivity. And that might look like some guaranteed funds or a large volume of sales that would be above and beyond what's normal. So again, it's just council has to feel comfortable that they're getting some value for that exchange of exclusivity. Second item that you need to consider is we have existing users, and legal counsel has suggested that we would want to provide upwards of 30 days notice to those existing users if we were going to discontinue their service for that period of time. And thirdly, we have a contract with Shell for the reclaim. We have to be mindful of that contract, so what I'm hearing currently is that they're not intending to use product during that time frame. But if they were, then they would have rights to that before anybody else. So I think it would be in everybody's best interest that we would want something from Shell to indicate that they would be not taking product during that time for that.
Okay. Councillor Schumann and Councillor Parslow.
Through you to Kevin, what, so altogether, what do we, so we owe Shell if they wanted to come and take 5,300 cubes?
3,400.
Oh, 34.
The first 3,400.
34, and then, so what is the big number at the end, each month or each, like how much? I know it's somewhere in this report that you've
Sorry.
given me today, but the outfall or whatever you call it, how much we produce. Is there enough to give Encana what they need, the 4,000, and then the
Sure.
3,400 to, do we produce that much in a day?
No, maybe I'll ask Sean that, but I don't believe we can produce
We
that.
can put out the 4,000 cubes a day as requested by Encana. So if they had exclusivity, that is completely possible. However, if Shell was using, there's only 600 cubic meters available.
Okay, so we can do 46 cubes a day
46
total.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, then Councillor Jabecka.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion, if that's acceptable now, that we grant Encana's request, subject to written agreement by Shell, the 30-day notification period to user groups, for the, I think it was 1 month, they were asking for exclusivity for 1 month, wasn't it?
January to February.
January and February?
22nd to February 29th.
For the time period
Yeah.
in their
Requested
request.
by
Yeah,
Encana.
yeah. That's my motion.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion. Councillor Javetkov, then Councillor Schumann.
I was just wondering about the revenue, $2.50 a cube, is that correct for that
That's
water?
correct.
So
So-
that in the month, we're looking at over $300,000 revenue.
Yes, if they were to take what they are saying that they want every day, that would be significant revenue, yes.
Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this completely. I love the fact that for 1 month, we will be seeing some really great utilization of our reclaimed water. I'm not sure, I think it's sporadic how much is going out from these other users, but to have an other user come along other than Shell that can really make use of this is exactly why we built it in the first place, or we partnered with Shell to build it in the first place. So totally in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I'm similar sentiments as Councillor Schumann. You know, one of the my initial concerns that we would be in violation of a contract with Shell, and so that's why I really want them to give that blessing. I understanding that there's very little use of water from that reclaimed site at the moment, and talking to people in the oil and gas industry, it doesn't seem to be a turnaround. So Encana's got a big project on. Encana's been a great partner with the community, as has Shell. And if Shell's fine and Encana's okay with that, I think we've got a win for the community and a win for Encana, and Shell's just continued to be a good partner with the city. So I encourage everyone to vote for it.
Thank you. Any further question? Can I just ask, so two or three things. Sean, can you give us kind of what's the consumption been like, or use has been like over the last 6 months or 3 months?
Okay, so through your worship, for this month, we've put about 6,700 cubic meters total through the facility to date. The previous 2 months have been averaging somewhere around that 2,000 cubic meters per month.
Thank you. So I'm just going to carry on if I can. Shell haven't been using, and so as a result of that, the use, and because of the activity in the industry, has just completely slowed down.
So Shell has taken a significant volume of water and intends to take no more verbally at this time now until spring. So once again, through contract, the city of Dawson Creek, when Shell isn't taking through that facility, has the ability to utilize the entire product. So we do have that opportunity available.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov.
So this motion, I'm just worried that if all of the conditions of the motion aren't met, that it has to come back to council again for another decision, and it delays everything. Would this motion allow administration to come up with a modified, like maybe there's only 3,600 cubes a day available, so Encana would look for 400 cubes somewhere else, some kind of a modified motion, so it doesn't have to come back to be approved by council again.
So then I think the other aspect is you guys instruct through the motion as we work it through to bring it back to me if there are any conditions that aren't workable, that then I can communicate that back to you guys, but not for a ratification, just for information.
Yeah, because I mean, it's only a month away, you know, so we don't want to be going through all this revisiting through council.
Okay, we'll do that.
You know, we only
if
like
that's appropriate to
meeting
council, you
every
guys
2
okay with
weeks.
that? But
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to hold up anything because of you know, there might be a little glitch or something like that. But I was just wondering if I understand that Encana is probably going to have a whole bunch of trucks all lined up. And I just worry that if there is availability through their scheduling, if somebody came up to them and said, hey, look, I need a load of water, and you guys aren't hauling right now, would it be okay if I kind of just jumped in there? I would assume that Encana would probably work with them on something like that.
Administration on that.
Yeah.
The one aspect to this that we haven't talked about is the whole component of exclusivity. So if we give Encana exclusive jurisdiction for 5 months, and something happens that the
1 month.
2 months.
well, it's about 5 weeks. Sorry,
5 weeks.
5 weeks. Sorry.
5 months.
And if something happens with the project that it doesn't proceed, but we lock out other users, I think that's the part to Kevin that there's no. If we give exclusivity, is there a value to the asset and to us? Because we could lock out sales to somebody else because of that. And I'm just asking that as a question. Kevin?
Yeah, through your worship, I think you're exactly right, is if they take the product as they say they will and the project proceeds, I think council is safe in saying they've got value for that exclusivity, because the sales will be greatly beyond what would have been anticipated. The risk may be if the project does not go, and I think we would enter that agreement that if that project does not go, then that exclusivity would end. Because if you were to lock out other users and the project did not proceed, then I think you are at risk of assisting business.
Yeah, if Ark or Murphy or Tourmaline or somebody else comes along and says, well, wait a minute, we got one going and we need a couple 100,000 cubes or a million cubes or whatever, and we say, no, we can't deliver it during this period because we got exclusivity, and the project doesn't proceed, then we impact our revenue source. So that's all I'm just asking. Councillor Javeco?
It's no different than a store saying, here, we're gonna sell all of our mandarin oranges to you because you're here, you're gonna buy them, and we're not gonna worry about other customers. I mean, that's just the way it works. We've got an opportunity to sell all this water for over $300,000 revenue. I think we should be jumping on it. And, you know, the other users aren't entitled to it. They're casual users. So after the exclusivity is done, then they can.
During the period of exclusivity is the only piece I'm talking about, right? Yep.
Just one more thing, Your Worship, for council to be aware of is Encana indicated that they will be going out to an RFP, I believe, for haulers. So I'm assuming there's going to be a possibility that there will be 1, 2, or 3 other haulers that are not successful that will not have opportunity during that time period to haul. And if there was work, they may be then looking to go to the potable water system to haul.
Councillor Parslow and Councillor Javeco?
Yeah, my understanding of the motion I've made is that obviously we're granting exclusivity subject to agreement with Shell, and so that's the overall big picture. If there are little incidentals come along, then management and you, as you just said earlier, will liaise, but just make it happen and make it lawful, and it's a significant revenue stream for us and helps a major partner in the community. So, but you know, you're the CEO, Mayor, as you know, and you'll keep us informed.
Okay, good. And honestly, I'm good with it. I'm supporting it as well. I think it's a great opportunity. It's why we have it. We haven't been selling water. The more we sell, the better it is from a whole bunch of perspectives. So I'm good with it. I just wanted to make sure, Council, we didn't talk about exclusivity. Councillor Javeco?
Yeah, I think regarding the haulers, I think Brian said they're going to go for proposals from here. They're not going to bring somebody in from Alberta.
Yeah.
If we gave exclusivity and there was a trucking firm from Saskatchewan came in and did the job, yeah, we would be upset.
Who would be? You specifically?
Everybody. Thank you.
The people that are going to attack me, they're the ones that would be upset.
Thank you. I think we've had the conversation. Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. We had a request from Donna Kane was in with regards to doing a development of project in the community, and so request that we work with them through the process for having a site at the NAR Park for this prospective project. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, I would like to move that we agree in principle to acquiring and placing a new piece of public art at our NAR Park, and I guess that's all I need to do.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rogers.
Yep.
Discussion? Councillor Rogers and Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, the only thing, I thought that she said that the NAR Park, yes, but she was looking at other they were gonna discuss other places around town as well. Was that not
No,
part of
I
that?
think
I thought it was NAR Park was
Just the NAR?
Yeah.
site-specific that they were talking about today, but I guess as it unfolds,
Yeah.
right now, I think they need our approval that we're gonna have a location for it at the NAR Park.
So
in order to
site-specific
move it to
was
the next
NAR Park. Okay.
stage. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I am very enthusiastic about this project. I do think the motion might need to be tweaked a little bit.
What do you want?
I'll spill it out. Is that subject to council receiving a preliminary concept drawing of the project? I think we need to have some degree of comfort over it. We've got excellent artists in support of this project, and I'm sure there's a place we can find for it. So I think it, as Councillor Schumann said, is specific to NAR Park. And so I just think subject to us approving a final concept drawing.
Yeah.
And that's why.
And I think that's part of.
That's why I said the approval in principle,
Yeah.
because we might not. Think it's
And who's our,
wonderful or something.
Charlie, Councillor Parslow, you'll be involved in that from the arts?
Yes,
South
no,
East?
the art, Donna, I've met with Donna, talked to Donna a couple of times, and Kit Fast prior to that. I'm totally enthusiastic, and the Matsons produce good, exciting stuff. Brian Yundren is world-renowned, and they've got a well-qualified person from Fort St. John. This will be, and Donna's reputation as well, and the whole group, it'll be good. But I do think, you know, council needs to just give the final okay. I don't think there's any other facets of in principle that I want to enunciate.
The only piece I'm thinking is we may need to make sure we ask administration to bring us back a report in terms of how and what we do and where we situated and what other implications or impacts. And Kevin, you want to speak to
Yeah,
that?
through your worship, that's exactly what I was thinking, is if it's directed to staff, approval in principle, staff can then work with the arts group, NER, all of that. When there's a concept, bring it back to council, knowing that everybody's on board, get to see the concept, and then for final, you know.
Good.
So moved.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Just if I can interject,
Sure.
there's one aspect that's they're wrestling with right now, but staff may want to flag it, is we need to, I think people need to have access to this artwork, so there's some safety considerations that Matsons are struggling with right now, but so safety is a factor that staff need to address as well. Look at.
Yeah, the size of that piece of art will be.
Well, there's children clambering on it, so they're thinking about removing some stuff, but the idea of surrounding that with a chain link fence is an abhorrence to me, right? So they are working at what parts do they remove, how to make it safe, etc. And so staff can work with them on that.
Perfect. Thank you. Now can the young ladies from the Naukin were here with a request. Councillor Javetkov?
I was just wondering if NDIT has money for that type of thing.
I'm looking into it, but I don't think so. They were asking for a few things there. They were asking to sponsor the event, and then when they come back, they're looking for some more space, and then they're asking for punch cards at the pool. But what's our policy around sponsoring events or things like that?
Yeah, I think our help here could be in providing them with some support and direction in terms of where there may be opportunities exist within the capacity of the community, and having that expertise within the community might be the most benefit we could offer to them right now. Kevin?
Yeah, just through your worship, just for clarification, I had Duncan look at the numbers. The ask for the swim passes, the climbing wall, and skating, I believe it was. That equates to about $7,000. Then the subsequent ask for something for those other events would be on top of that.
So, Councillor Tobacco?
Well, I would like to see them go to the community organizations. I mean, you know, there's lots of support for that type of thing from the different clubs and that type of thing. They had quite a list of things that they're looking at getting sponsored in there, but I know that the Oilmans has not got a letter yet. So.
Would it be appropriate for council, if you guys would be willing to, is direct it to, and I'd be willing to do it, is take it on and help them, steer them through and partner along with them to get them to the community groups, and help them and put some parameters to how we can help support and guide them. Because I think it's a really terrific initiative being shown by them, and I think there's some help out there that they just gotta help find a way to steer them through that stuff. And I'd be willing to do that if council are okay with it.
So move.
So moved by Councillor Parslow, seconded by Councillor McFadden, and we'll just bring it back and get to the various user groups, and I'll help either go with them to those presentations or help them steer them through. Good. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I think that's it. Oh no, we had one other one. Tourism. Sorry. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah. I have a motion I'd like to present. I'll read the motion first and speak to it afterwards if it gets seconded. That the contract between the City of Dawson Creek and Northern BC Tourism be extended to December the 31st, 2016, and that the extension constitute proper notice under the contract, that the contract will end on that date, to allow Tourism Dawson Creek and the Northern BC Tourism Association to work with the City of Dawson Creek to research and develop a more sustainable tourism model. Further, that Councillor Rogers be appointed by Council to the Stakeholder Advisory Group. And further, that Council receive for consideration any new tourism model no later than its August the 22nd, 2016 regular meeting, to ensure that sufficient time is allowed to manage any necessary transition.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor McFadden. Discussion.
I'd like to speak to the motion. I think the motion captures some of the, if not all the asks from the letter we received. I think that hopefully there's a win-win come out of this. Hopefully there's a win-win that will come out of this. All I know is that we do have significant fiscal challenges. We can't continue to do business as we have done on many things. But I do believe in partnerships, and I do believe in giving people an opportunity to reformulate, recraft, regroup. And so this does that. I think actually that the date of May was because that's when the expiry date of the contract was. Regardless of the asks by Dawson Creek Tourism, headspace-wise, I think end of September might have been a better date. So I would be speaking to an extension regardless of this. So, but to work with the group and its supporters and people who use the service or benefit from the service, I'm quite prepared to ask Council to grant that extension.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
I'm in favor of the extension. I would like to be the appointed member, not Rogers.
So we can have absolutely, if you guys, the advisory council is there to deal with all of it. So if you guys are, if you want to both put the time into it, it's coming back to council. So I'm good with that. I don't have any hesitation about that. Councillor Parslow? You appointed you made the motion because you wanted somebody on council.
Yeah. Well, Councillor Schumann and Rogers were both there, and so I thought of both, but given Councillor Schumann's involvement, UBCM and other things, and I thought she had enough on her plate. But if both people are going to be actively involved, fine. If that's acceptable to Dawson Creek Tourism.
Good. I'm okay. Like I say, to me, it's coming back to council. It's an advisory group that are reporting back to council to work with council. So whether there's one or two of you, or it can't be five of us, but Two of us, good. Councillor Javeco?
So is this an advisory group for council, or is it a working group to pursue other options for tourism?
Well, to me, the whole aspect of it is to develop that model for tourism for the future, and we will be involved in it, right? Obviously. Further discussion on the motion, Councillor Rogers?
I was just noticing that was a request to council from tourism, was December the 31st, 2016, for an extension. And then I believe, as all contracts are, there's money involved. And as it's not going to be for the full year, I just wonder what the budget amount that Dawson Creek Tourism is going to want for that extension.
Well, will be up to our administration to bring that back in terms of the cost implications to us.
Okay.
We're going to have the budget implications to May anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And surprise. Anyways, I'll make time to do that. I guess it's 2 members of council is better than 1. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I can do that.
Further discussion? I think this, to me, is an opportunity really for us to, as you see the passion of the community of this, and it absolutely is evident to me that every fabric of our community was demonstrated in terms of the importance to what makes our community different. And so I really appreciate the delegations coming in today and having an opportunity to give us some input and give us some feedback, because that's what guides council, helping us make decisions that we're all here for, to benefit of our community. So I really appreciate that today, that folks have demonstrated that passion for what makes us different, what makes us the #1 small city in Canada. Further comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. So, Kevin, you guys will bring that back through to Jim and tourism, and we'll bring it back in early January. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. So we're going to go back into our committee of the whole reports. Brenda?
There's one more motion from Councillor Javetkov.
Oh, right. Sorry. We have
Economic development.
Economic development that was brought forward by Councillor Javetkov. You want to speak to it?
Yeah. This is an opportunity, I think, and I don't want to spend any money. I don't want to have any budget assigned to it or anything. I'd like council as a whole to, or you know, partially, to meet with some of these people in our community that are really doing a lot of economic development work on their own, at their own cost, and just see, you know, what their I guess what their expectations are from the city, what the city can do to help them, or encourage them, or deal with investors, potential investors. I guess what brought it to my mind just recently is this investor that wants to invest in the airport. You know, he came in and the zoning wasn't suitable for him, so we worked with them and, you know, to try and make it work. Now, that didn't cost the city anything. I mean, other than some of Nigel's time, but, you know, it's not a sort of a budget item. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for that type of thing, especially now when the economy is tight. You know, when there's an opportunity for us to do something like that, I think it's pretty important. And if we get some feedback from, you know, the movers and shakers in the community, I think it would be helpful.
Okay. Councillor Schumann?
So this isn't any replacement of the plans that we had already set into place.
No,
this is just something extra around new investment, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
that plan, you know, is down the road somewhere. I mean, it may be a year, it could even be longer.
January 4th, I think, we were going to get something.
But I mean, by the time you get the plan developed, and this is more of a short-term thing, something, you know, if there's somebody that comes in the next month and, you know, we can work with them and help make it succeed, then You know, that's what it's about to me.
So I got absolutely no concerns about that. Is all in terms of I think what you're leading to, but and from my role as the mayor and responsible for economic development, that goes on every day.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of the contact that happens to me in the mayor's office with business people, investors, industry, all of that. And so any way we can engage and build that, I think is going to be a benefit, certainly to me and to our community. But I don't want it to change that motion to me that we've set in terms of how we're going to develop this. So I'll bring it back at the next meeting. I'll get, if anybody has names of folks you want to engage in it, give them to me. I'll send out a letter of invitation. I will schedule something in January to have a first session of it and invite some of those business people into the community and kick it off.
You know, we may only need one meeting. If we can come up with some questions that we're going to be asking, just to get them sort of in that mind frame, one meeting might be all we need.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you have a meeting just to kind of explain where we're coming from, and then a second meeting for feedback, but 2 at the very most.
Right. So if you guys can, over the next week or 2, give me some feedback, I'll send an invitation out right after New Year's, and we'll schedule something in January.
And you'll be taking the lead on that.
I'll take the lead on it.
Okay.
Because we still got the policy of economic development for the mayor, so we'll just do it under that guise.
So are we voting on it?
Yeah.
Well, we already voted on it.
Oh,
No,
did
we
No, we
voted to
didn't.
refer it
We voted to refer it to this meeting.
to mayor's business.
Brenda?
For your worship, there was a vote, but the mayor did bring it back under mayor's business for reconsideration. So it was back on the floor
All
to
right.
be discussed. And then what I'm thinking is if we could refer your motion to the mayor to bring back to January 4th with recommendation.
We got the intent of what we're going to do, and we'll do it.
It's all
You guys,
clear as
if you
mud.
guys can provide me with
So
some
I can
input.
consider it's approved
Yeah.
anyways, okay.
Bring it, but just give me some input so that I can start putting it together for January.
Yeah, like questions and things, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That it for mayor's business?
Just one final vote after all this discussion.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Yeah.
I just had one question.
Opposed?
Too late.
Carry.
Too late.
Go ahead.
Too late, yeah.
No, it's about economic development, because that name is tossed around everywhere. So I looked it up. It was economic development was started by President Harry Truman in 1949, and it was a post-war economic development originated for Reconstruction, and it identified development in the West for development. And I keep on hearing economic development, everybody's always tossing it around. And I've said before, it means so many things to so many different people. You listen to tourists and they tell you what economic development means there, but you talk to somebody in construction and they'll give you another different conversation regarding it. And then you can go to the extreme where you say economic development is a major corporation coming into Dawson Creek, and they are providing, jobs for people. Because to me, that's the main thing for economic development, is providing jobs and providing a place for people to move to, and an incentive to move to a community because there are jobs.
So my point, why I wanted to clarify with Councillor Javetkov, because we passed a motion that says we're going to obtain community involvement and drafting an economic development vision, strategies, and then policies as a first step. And so to your point, we need to have that vision. We need to have that strategy. What is it that economic development means to our community before you can start to put tactics in place, taking you down the road of you don't know where you're going. So to me, it's exactly the point.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good. Brenda, anything else under mayor's business? Thank you, everybody. And so now we're going to move back into committee of the whole. We'll take a 5-minute break to allow the...
You don't need a smoke break, Shirley's not
No,
here.
they're not smoking anymore. Thank you, everyone. Merry
Shirley given
Christmas.
I don't.
Oh, Shaylee did not give it up.
She should.
We're trying, though.
You're trying. Our committee of the whole reports, and our next item on is 15.2 is our report from our staff sergeant. And our Our staff sergeant is away today, so we have the honor of having the sergeant back into duty, back in uniform, and it's good to see you again. Merry Christmas, welcome.
Thank you, same to you all.
The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's a rather short one today. As always, we'll start off with the staffing situation. We've got some vacancies due to some recent transfers. We've got 2 new recruits that showed up, Constables Eckel and Allen. They've got boots on the ground now, so they're off and running. One of our vacancies we're going to be advertising nationally, so hopefully we'll get somebody with some miles on them and some experience to come in and help us out. File-wise, we're up again a little bit. It seems to be the trend. This Kevin Belcourt file continues to be a monster for us. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. We've got some charges that were previously put forward earlier, and as of last Friday, we've got some more charges that have been forwarded, and we expect there's going to be more coming. So as I dig further and further into that. Mental Health Act stuff, we've got 16 call for service, 8 apprehensions for a total of 31 man hours. And we're going to be doing some counterattacks over the holidays to meet and greet the motorists out there. So hopefully everybody does what they're supposed to do and get designated drivers and stuff. We actually got some people out today giving out gift cards for doing good things. So there's some consequences for doing something wrong. There's also consequences for doing something right. So
good deal.
So hopefully that'll be well received as well. So
awesome.
Other than that, I hope everybody has a happy and safe holiday season.
Thank you, Mike. It's good to have you back. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments for Sergeant Richard?
Well, just as just a light comment, you know, when you said 2 people showed up from, I sort of had a picture in my mind that they were wandering the country and they just happened to pass through Dawson Creek, and they said, this is such a beautiful community free of serious crime and just a place to live, but I know it doesn't happen that way.
Well, actually, in this case, they're both happy to be here because one is originally from Fort St. John.
Oh, cool.
So she's very close to home, and the other one came from Prince George, so they're both happy to be here. They're
That's
both familiar
great.
with the area, and they're tickled pink. They could have gone elsewhere, and they lucked out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good.
Thank you so much. It's good to have you back.
Welcome.
And
Merry
safe
Christmas.
holiday.
Same to you.
15-3, we have the report from our fire chief. Good morning, chief.
Good morning.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. It's good to see we have 3 members sitting behind me, taking interest in the local issues in town, so that's good to see. We continue to respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One of the fewest organizations that still makes house calls. So that's, give us a call, we'll make a house call.
Some doctors still do that as well.
Really?
Yeah.
So,
When it's really necessary.
questions, concerns?
So that's 3 of your troops behind you there?
Yes.
I thought they were parolees. Sorry, guys, I couldn't not do that.
I'll reprimand him after. Any questions for the chief?
Was that a form of a question?
No, you're welcome, guys.
You know, it's appropriate, right, today that we, through the holiday season, public safety is one of those things we take for granted. And when tragedy happens, when events occur, emergencies occur, we're calling on the RCMP and our fire department to be there no matter what the hour, no matter what the occasion, to come and respond. And so we really appreciate that. If you could extend that to the staff, the members and your staff, that that's the one constant. You guys are always working no matter what. And our residents, our community benefits from that, and we appreciate it.
And we appreciate the kind words, and I will pass it on.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Merry Christmas to your you and the guys, the staff, the guys and gals. 15-4, we have the report from our Director of Corporate Administration. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Merry Christmas.
I love it when you do that.
I just want to talk a bit about the policy manual that's online. We've done a little bit of retrofitting there just by adding a table of contents to the
Nice.
front. And it's listed in alphabetical order as well as in department order and page numbered, so it should be easier to find. So if you want to have a look and let me know if that meets your needs, that would be great. As mentioned before, the economic development information is going to be brought back for the January 4th budget meeting. Another thing, just the Outlook calendar. Our executive assistant is very happy with the new format that we have, and if Mayor and Council responds to any of the invites, it just automatically populates and lets us know when we click on an event who's attending. So she's going to be running through a little tutorial with you after the meeting. And I think that's all I have. Just to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Yep. Thank you, Brenda. Any questions for Brenda? Councillor Javeco?
I didn't hear about the policy manual. Where is it at?
It's still
On the
online.
website?
Yeah, on the website. There's the link there, the same as the agendas. There's a link for the policy manual at the same location as the agendas.
So it's the revised one?
Yeah, it's the same as it was, but improved. It
Okay.
has, alphabetical index to be able to find things a little easier.
Okay.
So we can work through tutorial with you on that as well, if you'd like.
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Parslow?
Who's retiring up at the water treatment plant?
Carrie DeVoos.
Okay. Every time I used to see him all the time, I go, when he retired, and he could tell me to the day. And this was years ago.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I'm just declaring ignorance here. Item 2, success factors. What is that all about?
That's a performance appraisal system that we had, and it wasn't really working effectively for the city. So we're searching for a new model to use. And right now all the supervisors are just using their own system. Some still use the success factor system and some use their own method. We're locked into a contract for a certain amount of time. So unfortunately it'll be a little while before we can get a new system, but that's what that's all about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it. 15:05, we have a report from our Chief Financial Officer. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Welcome back. So this report is actually about November, so it's a little bit behind, but the whole report is kind of set up to talk about what we've done on the strategic priorities of council. And sometimes it's a little bit slow going, but I just have to assure you that we are doing work behind the scenes. So as to regards with fiscal responsibility and sustainability, one of the good things about having extra budget meetings and extra discussion about all the topics is that we are actually updating some of the trend information. So that's getting pulled together bit by bit, so that hopefully we'll be in a position before September to have all that trend information. So we are making, a little bit of leeway there. Quality, sustainable infrastructure, we're in progress. One of the things I'm really happy to report is that we actually have gone through some research to do with business case analysis and risk management analysis, and we've come up with a template that we're actually using in this year's capital budget model. It has put on quite a bit of extra work on staff to pull it together, but I think at the end of the day, council will have significant information to prioritize one project compared to the other. So wait for that. That'll roll out in the spring through the budget process. And then we basically report out on what's going on in finance. We're working on budget behind the scenes when we're not in meetings. Our audit is scheduled for March 14th to 18th. That's a whole 3 months, but it's going to go by really, really fast, I can tell. And just some really good news on the waste collection transition that Kevin's department worked on. So we had a rollout of October 19th, and the city's actual tonnage for September, October, November has declined steadily, And when we looked at it compared to last year, we had substantial savings. So landfill tonnage has decreased from a daily average of 8.71 to 8.05 for October, and 8.46 to 7.96 for November. So just with those 2 months, there was about $900 savings in landfill charges. So that was really a good news story, just from changing how we do what we do. So, yeah.
Thanks, Shelley. Councillor Parsons.
Okay. The data you just shared, help me. How have we changed what we do? Sorry.
We basically went from plastic bags to carts.
Yeah.
And we changed the size of the cart, so now that people and residents are actually recycling more than they're putting waste or recyclables into the cart. I think the most significant thing that has changed is that cardboard that used to go into a bag is now being put in a separate container and being recycled. And one of the things that's important is that if we have a contaminated load being delivered to the regional landfill site, there's a higher charge than a clean load. So,
see, I was wondering to what degree the exodus, if you like, of people from this community, i.e. the alleged 30% vacancy rate in apartments, the fact that people's rooms that were once rented and no longer rented, there's a lot of people, just drive around or you talk to them, how that might be affecting the community, the city, and garbage. And I was wondering if there was anything going on with water usage, how that was, that our population, we always wondered what the shadow population was. And
yeah, through your worship, I don't know if we can make any generalizations right now, just because it's very early, but I think year over year, next year, you'll be able to see those trends come forward. Right now, as far as I know, our accounts haven't declined significantly, right? So that's one factor that we would look at, whether there was more shut-offs going on with the water accounts where people are closing accounts like that. I haven't heard anything yet. That's not to say it's not happening, but right now we haven't seen anything. So
this is rooming house and apartments, and it wouldn't be abandoning homes. So,
and that might very well have an effect on these. But over time, we'll measure them and report them out quarterly. And then just finally, just before I finish off, is business licenses went out, 1,253, and that's $202,000 for the city. People have usually get them paid up by March. And just our standard operating, it's year end, so please pay your utility accounts, please pay your tax accounts. It's the cheapest way to do it, is pay up front and not get those penalties and extra interest. So, and finally, just thanks to the finance department. Merry Christmas to everybody and the residents that help us out through all these transitions and new ideas and everything. So, thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Councillor Javetkov?
Just a question on the business license for, like me, when I rent out a house. Am I considered a business?
Kevin might know that. I don't.
Yep, through your worship.
I'm not going to comment.
That's a question we've had of late. The way the bylaw is written, our business license bylaw, it's very broad.
Yeah.
It states that if you basically enact any business for profit, you should have a business license. So we've had a few of these questions around rentals. Is it one home? Is it 10 home? Where is that line? So internally, we're looking at that to see if that verbiage in the bylaw still makes sense, and we'll probably look at maybe bringing something back to council for consideration.
So if I could prove that I'm actually losing money, then I wouldn't be requiring a business.
Business isn't. Yeah, Your Worship, I don't think that's a factor.
Maybe they'll give you a refund.
Councillor Schumann, then Councillor Rogers.
So I thought that when we were looking at the things that came out of our residential business that we were gonna look at, we were gonna sort of consider that also in there somewhere.
Through your
I
worship.
remember it.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, but.
Yes, it was a long time ago, and we have to apologize because that seemed to have slipped through the cracks somewhere. It was actually on the diary, and it was only there for a short time, and it disappeared. So that'll be coming back next meeting. But that included looking at business licenses and implications for rentals, rooming houses, parking implications, those types of things, and also sort of the legalization of secondary suites in non-conforming zones now. So I have Nigel putting together a little bit of a timeline work plan that we'll get out to you. We'll probably tackle the legal non-conforming issues first because they're probably the most prevalent. Rooming houses, things like that, I think have probably cooled off. We will work on that, but it's not probably the first thing we'll tackle, and we'll get that out to you.
Thanks.
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Parsons?
Okay, I'm guilty. We were talking.
Well, we can all
Thanks,
fess
Paul.
up here.
No, we were talking, Paul had brought it up about businesses renting out property and stuff like that, and I had talked to Jim about this, because I have a few properties that we rent out, and, okay, I wasn't aware. I just thought, okay, I'm renting the building out. Those people that are leasing that building for me are paying taxes already, they're already buying a business license. So, I guess I'm looking for clarity on that. Do I just go out and buy a business license?
They're coming
right
back.
now?
They're coming back to
Yeah.
us, so we'll get clarity for all of us.
You're safe
Should
for
I
now.
wait? I'm
Yeah,
good
wait.
for now?
Yeah,
Okay,
wait.
We're not
somebody
gonna
let
get
me
you
know.
arrested.
I'm scared.
Although it would be fun.
We'll have clarity come back from administration for our community.
Still get arrested.
So that will, I guess the citizens will get made aware of that, because I can tell you right now, there's quite a few people out
Yeah.
there, similar situation as me.
And that's, as that identification has happened, we'll bring it
Yeah.
back to make sure we bring clarity for it.
We could probably fill up the gallery again.
Get the ratings
Where we
up.
probably lose quorum.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow?
Just clarification, you guys hadn't forgotten about all that work, had you? Or was it wishful that
No,
we would
no.
forget about it? Because I hadn't.
Yeah, we hadn't forgot about it.
I just
It
emailed
just
it the
got
other day.
moved off a list somewhere, and there was a lot of other priorities that seemed to get in front of it. So-
Because we were told that a way of regulating this business of suites and rooming houses was to have the business license requirement. So I'm surprised you don't have one, because you know the spirit of it.
I was waiting for the report. That's all I can say.
Pinocchio. Thank you, Brenda. Shelley. Thank you, Shelley. One quick question. What's the impact this, or is it, can you even tell the impact to snow removal this year with no snow? Has it been evident? Is it?
Well, I haven't, through your worship, I haven't looked at the snow budget yet. Where's Sean? Sean probably has looked at it.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll bring
I
it up.
think we're in budget, and
Yeah.
about a month or 6 weeks ago, you had commented on it, and
Yeah.
we were well underneath it, so.
Thanks, Shelley. Director of Infrastructure, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
You can tell us all about it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you guys as well.
Nice tie.
Great
Thank
job
you.
on the snow
It's
removal.
because my heart grows 10 times bigger this time of year.
Mine too.
Just like the girl.
Go sit beside Rogers. Your nose is growing too.
So I can definitely start with the fact that we definitely are going to see the effects of the lack of snow outside moving towards the end of the year. We were on target going into the fall to probably end up with that 100% completion component in that snow removal, snow plowing, sanding budget, and we are going to come up a little bit short, which is great news, right? So anyways, I hope that talks to
Thanks.
what
Yeah.
you were looking for
Yeah.
there.
And when you say short, you mean you will be under budget?
Yes.
Under budget.
Short of that 100% component, so spent. Sorry, thanks for the clarity there. Councilor Rogers already touched on it, but I wanted to briefly say that we are having one of our senior operators at the water treatment plant retire in the spring. We are about 6 months out from that retirement, so we have posted for the position, and very fantastic news that we've actually already had some very positive interest in the position, and we're very confident that we will be able to find a replacement for that position. I know some of you have probably picked up on in the Committee of the Whole report that during our routine sampling, in which we do 10 locations throughout the city, we did do a test where we did find a bacterial colony evident in the background. That means bacteria hadn't started to grow yet, but there was potential for it to happen. We retested that location. There was actually no issue with that location. What can happen in these scenarios is a couple of things. It can be an improper testing procedure where maybe a piece of the equipment got touched or contaminated, or a finger got on that piece of sample. As well, there is opportunity for plumbing within these facilities to actually cause the same thing. And lots of times, if we just give the ability for the water to run longer in these facilities, we can definitely clear those lines out. Some of the locations that we test throughout town are locations that aren't maybe used as often as other locations, or are at further ends or reaches of our system, and we do that on purpose. The particular instance that was mentioned in the Cal report, they have about a 300-foot service prior to that building, so it was one of the reasons that we actually go there to ensure that things are still on track. Anyways, all was safe. I just wanted to clarify that. We have most recently received the city's new Vector truck, so we are in the works of putting that together and getting it ready to go to work. It was very positive once again, and so you guys are very excited to get that new truck out and make sure all of the city mains, sewer mains are clean and well maintained. I wanted to give a quick update in regards to the treated water reservoir that will be and is started to be under process for construction at the water treatment plant. And we currently have a tender out for a septic system which deviates our current system from the location of which the new reservoir will start to be constructed in the spring. And finally, obviously, as a result of this morning, just positive news in and around the reclaim component. Had some really good talks within Canada moving forward with this. We're very excited about being able to utilize our reclaim facility, get additional revenues for the facility, and in talking with Brian, that definitely looks like we're probably going to be somewhere between that 85 to probably 100,000 cubic meter mark, which has a potential for revenue between $200,000 and $250,000. So very positive.
Thanks, Sean. Any questions? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, just going back to the sort of question I asked Shelley about water usage. I looked at the water treatment plant flows. How any comments about population, outward migration, and impact on the water treatment work?
So at this point, Councillor Parslow, we are somewhat similar to where we would have been in the same scenario last year.
Okay.
I do think that we might come up lighter, shorter than what we did last year when it comes to overall used volumes. John is in the process going into year end that he will put all that together, and we definitely can compare those total volumes, and we can compare, and I can bring forward at that time those residential components for usage for 2015 compared to 2014, and I think that will paint a better picture than just looking at the monthly use.
Yeah, and just reason that, when we had our conversations through Shore Water, there was the question that the hidden population was generating so much stress on our water system. I'm kind of interested now that with the change in the economy and the vacancy rate, how that's, so just watch that. I'm going to be looking for that as of it's interesting information.
Looking at the trends just most recently, we might be a little bit, have a little bit lower use than generally we would have this time of the year, but it is actually fairly typical. So myself as well, interested to see the numbers in comparison for this year compared to last.
One last question, something I don't understand. 5 crew members attended fall arrest training.
Yeah.
What's that about?
It's a safety program for people that work over 10 feet and have to wear harnesses and such.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. So I'm going to ask and you mentioned the water treatment work that we've received that Bill Canada funds for that'll start in the spring. And I touch base with you, and just for the benefit of council, I just want to get an update. So the next phase, the next stage for us in 2016 in the anticipation of the water treatment plant and the potential to apply for funding through the Bill Canada stuff will come in January, February. Can you give us just an update on what we're doing to make sure we're prepared for that in the event to apply for that money?
Absolutely. So we're just in the process of completing final design for which will be a process upgrade within the water treatment plant itself. Once we have that final design in hand, we will have all of that ready to go for when application time comes, whether it's end of January, first part of February is usually typical when we're at. So we will be able to once again reapply for our water treatment plant process upgrades through the Build Canada Fund.
And I just wanted to make sure that because that $3.5 million that we got this year from Bill Canada to do our water treatment plant, or 3.3, I think was a great opportunity. And so I just want to touch base with the guys earlier about being prepared for the 2016 application process as well.
Yeah.
Councillor Parson?
Yeah, what you asked in there, just something else about that project that I found very interesting. This comes from Jim. He shared, we got lead gold for the Calvin Crutch Centre, and, part of the securing of funds, everything had to be lead gold or silver. But now with this new, this addition, the way we got this money, there's some strings attached that I understood, Jim, to say that one of the conditions is you must do like the Australian model. You must begin to save for the replacement. Did I understand that correctly, Shirley?
Through your worship, I haven't seen that in the application yet, but I do know that most of the federal provincial grant programs now require you to have some sort of asset management plan, right? So as we're developing and working through that, one of those things is life cycle costing. So I'm not sure if it specifically addresses the Australian model.
Jim, I understood it to mean that, to get these grants, which we want to, and we've been very successful, you have to meet their stipulations. Well, one of them for the Calvin Crutch was lead. Now they've added, or this might be new altogether, that you begin to fund and budget for its eventual replacement, which I found very interesting.
I think the plan has to be in place, that you have a capital asset management plan, is the way I understood it from Jim.
Okay.
But I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
And the other one I want to ask about very quickly is and I see the report identifies the CN sewer trunk line, and now it's just about nearing completion. But what goes along with that was always my understanding that the sewer trunk line was going to take that pressure off of our Chamberlain 108 residents in there. And can you give us an update on that really quickly?
Absolutely. So I do believe that the sewer trunk main has taken a significant amount of pressure from the south part of town when it comes to flooding or infiltration and such. I definitely do feel that it has accomplished its original goal. It's functioning well, and it definitely plays a part. But it is only one piece of that entire puzzle, right? When we got that sewer master plan, there was 10 years worth of capital upgrades to develop the overall plan. So in follow-up, I know with this year's rainstorm, we absolutely still definitely had some challenges in the Chamberlain area around infiltration, backups, and flooding. So moving forward with capital budget, Mayor Council, you will see something come forward again from my department in regards to a capital improvement that specifically looks at the Chamberlain area to try and alleviate any further issues from happening in that area.
Thanks, Sean. And it was just exactly that for me. It was just making sure that those residents who have experienced significant pain over the last number of years, and this spring when we had the flood experience, or the rainstorm, and for that 1 day or 2 days experienced it. So I just want to make sure people in the community know we're working on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Roger?
Sean, that still ties in with the sanitary main upgrade from 99th Avenue and 17th. That's out by the Pioneer Village. Will that take pressure off of Chamberlain as well?
Yes, it will. And that
So-
will be coming forward as per your previous request in January for retail.
Yeah. Okay. We were just talking about funding. With the new Liberal government, they keep talking about they were going to have infrastructure funding. Have we heard anything regarding any of those programs that are going to be coming out yet?
I don't think we know much about the programs other than it's still a joint partnership with the province and the feds like we did this year. You get 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 was the old go, and so the province prioritizes theirs, the feds prioritize theirs, and we got ours because the province prioritized ours as a one of the projects they wanted to proceed with. So we got to make sure we're at the top of the line again this year with that. So,
Yeah.
but we haven't heard anything about the Fed stuff with the new government yet. I don't think that I've heard.
I always found it just to get in at the sooner you get your intake in, the better.
Well, that's what I was
No
talking about. We
last.
want to make sure we got the engineered ready project so that, because that's what got us in the front door with our reservoir, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you guys as well.
Report from Director of Community Services. Good morning, Duncan.
Morning.
Welcome. Merry Christmas.
Councillor Farslow stole some of the community services thunder, but
That's right, I
our
did
summer
that
report,
intentionally.
we Received our lead goal.
You insult me so much about my soccer team.
Well, I can't say that. So we received our lead goal. This is the plaque that we received the other day. It's to be mounted at the Calvin Crook Center. I'm not sure if there's been any discussion around process of how that happens, but as Councillor Parslow noted, it's a lead stipulation, and so we've achieved that. It's taken about a year to get that done. A couple appeals, and I can pass that around, or I can make it available, or
That rolls.
yeah. So it's taken about a year. It's taken a couple of appeals. We've worked our way through the process. This is something that we were still using MHPM. They were quarterbacking this from the beginning for us, and it's completed, and that essentially wraps up that entire project. So yeah, so good news. And yeah, it's a stipulation, and as I understand it from Jim, the stipulation, once complete, now makes us eligible for future projects because we've met all of the eligibility requirements in the future projects coming forward. So that's wrapped up and out of the way.
What does the OR stand for?
I'm not sure. Is that
French for
Or
yeah? maybe
French for gold. I was
There you go.
just rattling the
Just
train.
a trick question. I haven't looked at it that closely. I've kept it in a box.
Right,
so.
I know you're bilingual, so.
Yeah, of course. Through the school system, right?
Yes.
Sorry. So, two other areas. We had a partnership swim with the co-op on the weekend, and that was on Saturday. It was well attended. The co-op provided lost revenue. That was kind of the idea, that they would come forward with a donation of what we would normally make in revenue. We had 242 swimmers participate, and we had 32 people use the climbing wall. This time of year, historically, can kind of go either way. People are traveling or vacation or off, so we're very pleased with the turnout. Exceptional day. Co-op had a booth, and our watershed steward also had a booth and did some educational pieces with the public on just the watershed. So that was excellent, well received. Also, a couple programs noted in the committee of the whole report as well. Megan down at the arena is working on a program in the community. Work with doctors. It's a called self-sufficient program. A donation through the Kinsman Club makes that possible, and we'll cover all the program operational costs. And that's to work with doctors and provide opportunities for people that doctors have identified as maybe capitalizing on some activities in the community, recreation activities to better their health. So it's an excellent program, excellent opportunity, and they've done a good job of bringing that forward. On that note also, we've partnered with the BCRPA on a program in the community. It's a two-part program. It's Choose to Move, and it's Active Age. It's targeting residents that are 65 or older in the community, and they cover essentially all of the costs. It's a partnership with the city. We can provide the facility. They will hire staff, they will pay the staff, and the staff will work on two components. One is an educational component, working with people 65 plus on just recreation and staying active and staying fit. And the other side of it is finding opportunities in the community to exercise and participate on all of the whole realm. I mean, it's social, it's recreational, it's all activities. So a couple great programs, hitting a couple different demographics in the community as we try to kind of diversify our recreation programming. And then lastly, in our next Cal report, I'll bring forward the ice plant and wrap up that budget for council and provide a little feedback and just provide some follow-up on that project, and then the art gallery as well as far as budgets, what was completed, and we can go through that as well. So good news. Merry Christmas, and everybody's doing a great job out there in our department and all departments, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Duncan. You lived the dream this year, really.
I did,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because you got the arena projects that got done on time and very, very well in terms of the budget, and then the art gallery. So
Yeah.
I think you're just living the dream.
Definitely, it's
We'll see how long you can keep that.
it's been very exciting, and you know, without council support, and you know, in all honesty, without council support and that trust in staff to go ahead and you know follow the direction the council's provided and those opportunities to utilize resources in the community to get them done. So I've lived the dream, but thanks to council. So.
Thanks, Duncan.
Good
Councillor
luck getting that
McFadden.
sign on the building.
Councillor McFadden.
This may not be the appropriate forum, but has anybody from the SEALs talked to you about moving some stoplights or watches or clocks or?
You betcha. So I spoke with Danny Shields on Friday.
Okay.
And I can just provide feedback right now. So we had worked with SEALs before, and we had this great idea. They have some clocks. They'd like to mount them, and we went in to mount them, and we found out the junction box that we were going to use is on a timer and controls the outside lights. So we figured that they'd like their clock outside of just dark hours, so we're working on another plan. Hopefully this week we'll have that done.
Thank you. I just, Your Honor, I know it's not probably appropriate, but, and I appreciate that, Duncan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Duncan. Any further questions for Duncan?
Is living the dream before when we started looking at the policy on user fees and stuff like that and how it's been materialized. Yeah.
Moving the bar higher.
Let's make the bar a little higher. Yeah.
Thanks, Duncan.
Thanks.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
15:08, we have the report from our Director of Development Services. Good morning, welcome. I should have said it out from the outset, Jim's away today, and so Kevin drew the straw.
Yep.
And he's the acting CEO. Thanks for sitting in today, Kevin. Appreciate it. And
Thanks for having me.
the floor is yours.
You bet. For the month, I guess I'll start off with building inspection. Unfortunate news, we are losing one of our building inspectors. He's leaving the organization and moving down the road to the regional district. An opportunity came up and he's moving along. So we'll be advertising for a building inspector here probably first thing in the new year. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but wish him well, and I think that'll be fine, and well, it's it's just an opportunity, right? Just move forward.
We raise our children to leave home.
That's right.
Sometimes we don't
No,
like it.
not when it's our staff. We do not.
You wish them well.
We do not raise them to leave home.
In the bylaw area, things have calmed down a little bit, but still busy. Once we get snow, of course, they're out there dealing with snow on sidewalks in the downtown, issues like that. We've been doing a lot of work preparing bylaws along with Brenda and admin, getting things ready for our new bylaw notification system. So there's been an incredible amount of legwork that's gone into the front end of that, but I think once it's done, it's going to really be a good system that's going to probably save us a lot of time and effort in the long run. So that'll be coming in the new year. The engineering side of things has been a very busy month with budget. Wrapping up this year's projects and then doing a lot of budget, looking forward for next year in the 5-year plan. So greatly appreciate the work that's come out of there, and it's been good, and they've been very busy with that, and lots on the go. Subdivisions, that has obviously slowed down due to time of year, but we still have some in the hopper. And there's still a residential subdivision up on 3rd Street and a commercial industrial one down on the Highway 2 by UFA that's still moving forward and still plans to, in the spring, break ground. Budget, or building permit numbers. You'll see we'll have the final year end obviously next month, but for 2015 we're down from 2014. Still got a respectable number. We're just over 30 million at the end of November. Compares to 55 for this time last year, but still actually a relatively strong number compared to what we had. We'll see what kind of starts we get into 2016. One thing I wanted to touch on is, and I'm not sure if Jim had updated you on the Agriculture Land Commission decision on some land on the south side of the city that was had got preliminary exemption, and then there was a review by the decision of the Northern Panel, and we were informed that that decision has been overturned. So the part that comes out of that for us is where I think it's important is they alluded to the fact that they feel that the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan should be updated. So that would be a partnership between us, the Regional District, Village of Poos, the ALC. If they want to look at any additional properties coming out that are outside the existing plan. So this particular property wasn't within that plan. So timing might be good as we're looking, our council's looking at the OCP updates. We might be able to look at packaging some of that work up within that. Might be a good time to do it. Council adopted the sewer DCC bylaw today. So that will be going into effect January 1. And only applications that are in stream will be exempt from that. So anybody that's got an application in right now, whether it's for a subdivision or a commercial residential development building app, those will be exempt, but anything that comes in after the first will be subject to those. And probably the last thing to touch on is the road safety audit. We had the consultants in town. There's some people in town, I think it was week before last, they're doing counts at the intersections that were identified. I've had some progress meetings with them, and things are coming together. Should have the whole thing wrapped up, I think, first part of February. So at which point we'll bring that back to council and just see the results of it. But I think there'll be some good insights. One thing that they did mention when we first met with them is that they were very impressed to see how many of the pedestrian activated crosswalk signs, solar signs that we have in the community. They said they hadn't seen that many in the city of Calgary. So they were very pleased and thought that was a very forward-thinking initiative that council had. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions? Councillor Parslow and Councillor Javeco.
Yeah, Kevin, you talked about budget. I was pretty interested in what's in this afternoon's meeting around sidewalks and the cost of that and implementing that element of the master transportation plan. But it caused me for some reason to think about the two deferred budget items from last year involving demolition, Grandview School and the swimming pool. And I think we've had one fire at the Grandview School. To me, I mean, Shorty can comment on this, it seems to be that, you know, a vacant building unused like that, it becomes a bit of a target for, you know, vandalism, including setting fires. Are those items being placed in the for action in this budget year, 2016?
Maybe ask Shelley if...
Is that an automatic that they...
Yeah, through your worship, it'll be put forward as part of the draft.
Okay.
With all the other projects that are being submitted, and then it would be up to council to determine priorities. So, yeah, they get carried forward.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Javeco?
So the automated garbage truck is still not here?
That's correct. I met with Waste Management about a week ago, and they still have the semi-automated truck, which requires Jason to get out of the truck, line up the can, hook it on, dump it. They're hoping that the truck will be here, in January, although I've heard it was supposed to be here in October, November, and December. So it was probably favorable, at least on the onset of this transition, because of it enabled the driver to get out and put stickers on if we needed to tweak things. We're kind of past that now, and it'd be really great for both parties if we had the automated truck, and we've certainly expressed that to Waste Management. So they're trying, but yeah, right now, nothing.
So the province has approved the new building regulations. I read that in your UBCM thing.
Did I send you?
Yeah, I read some of them.
Oh, good.
Anyways, so the deadline for compliance isn't, I think, till 2017, but are we going to do something proactive to get in compliance with those regs, with our bylaws?
Are you speaking with the code or the act? The act's requiring certain certification of
The stairs.
or
Pardon?
The stairs? Because in that report it mentioned the stairs.
The building
they're
code.
changing
the code itself. Yeah, so I mean, we've been our inspectors have been attending sessions on those changes. We've been handing out packages to contractors to let them know. A large amount of those changes within the code are all related around energy efficiency and those type of things. And it's looking at it, it's more complex than it certainly was. There's no doubt about it. It's going to take a little bit more time to work through with the contractors, because it's not as simple as just saying do A and they do A and they pass. It's more of here's where we want you to get, or where the code wants you to get. You can get to it a couple ways, and that's going to be where the work with our inspectors and just kind of assisting these guys getting to the end goal. So there'll be some transition work there for sure.
So we're starting to work on that.
We've been handing out information on this to contractors for the better part of a year. The challenge we have is, unfortunately, is a lot of the contractors see this as something that City Hall is pushing down when we're just in a position to verify the code that the province has established, right? So I get that we're the point of contact. But at the end of the day, still need to work towards compliance.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further questions? Councilor Rogers?
Yeah, quick. That was the Loisel property that you're talking about that wasn't allowed in. So what kind of effect is that going to be for the Hanson property?
Well, I think it was pretty clear in the decision when they said that they were not interested in ad hoc approach, and that they wanted a comprehensive planning document, which would be the South Beach Comprehensive Development Plan, which would coordinate, the local governments and the ALC to look at that comprehensive approach. So the indication was they weren't interested in looking at any others.
Okay. Are we going to let Mr. Hanson know that? Because I'm pretty sure he might know already.
Pretty sure he knows.
Building permits.
Yes.
Have we gotten any return to us? Because people have just said they pulled them, and then they looked around town, they said, I've had enough. And
there was one builder who did. It was right about the time we made the changes on the bylaws for secondary suites and duplexes. So there was a big rush. A lot of people came in, got permits ahead of that change. This one particular gentleman was one of those people. He had, I can't remember, 12 permits, something like that, outstanding. He came to us about a month ago, asked if he could get a refund on those permits and the DCC charges that he paid, which he was able to do as per our bylaws. That was the only one to date. It was a significant amount of money. Do you remember? Yeah.
So those would have been the houses with the suites in it that everybody was saying that we just had to have?
Duplexes with suites.
Yeah. Duplexes with suites.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Javeka?
Just getting back to Loisel's
Yes.
application for the ALR, is that property within the city limits?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So did the city make a submission to support that, or just
My understanding is, yes, we did support that.
just a letter of support, or was there an elaborate submission?
At the time, I believe it was just a letter of support.
Okay.
It's been a bit of time, but I believe that's been in the works for a long while, and that we had supported at the time.
Yeah, the city has to do an application. Council has to approve the application, and then staff prepares the application and submits it to the province.
So it was the city applied, or Loisel applied?
No, Mr. Loisel would apply to the city, and then the city has to approve it, and then the city has to be the one to apply to the province on behalf of the applicant.
To the ALR for
Exclusion.
to take it out of the agricultural land reserve, so it was the city that applied. So it was just a letter saying, we want this out?
There's a whole application form that it's quite detailed.
And it would have had all the backup information that the applicant would have provided to us and his justification for that. And I believe at the time it was, he's looking at service, commercial, light industrial uses, which at the time the city supported. That went forward in the package. And, and I believe it was approved by the Northern Panel, and then it was reviewed by the commissioner, and subsequently that decision was reversed.
Thanks, Kevin. Any further questions? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes our regular council meeting.
Move to adjourn.
It's appropriate we get the call.
Saved by the bell.
And so a motion to adjourn. Councillor Parslow, Councillor Schumann, all in favor. Johnny, I'll get you after if that's all right.
Okay, sure.
And first item we have is our minutes of the budget meeting of City Council for December 7th for adoption. Councillor Rogers, Councillor Schumann. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And so we'll move into the first item. Is item 2.2 is from Shelley, and it's in regards to question number 16, our police resourcing. So Shelley, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, through your worship. So question 16 came from the mayor, and it was about the financial impact on the budget of adding 2 additional members. So basically, we have a contract with the RCMP for our authorized members, and each year they go up. And the 2016-17 cost per member is $118,000, which is 70% of 168. So, in addition to the increase to the per member contract amount, adding 2 more members will cost the city an additional $236,000, for an 8% increase to the residential rate or 25% increase to the commercial rate. The report goes on to talk about some additional costs that the federal government is downloading. That would be the DNA analysis. So there's they're not insignificant, but they're additional costs that, because of pressures, are being downloaded onto local governments. So that was the first question. The second question had to do with the mayor asking about having a business case developed on the potential for any removal of RCMP functions onto a paid municipal function. For example, having a private security take over the protection or guarding of a mental health patient at the hospital waiting to be seen by the specialist, and review of any administrative or non-public safety functions to free up RCMP members to perform critical safety enforcement And I believe this came from some information about what the RCMP detachment actually does, and many of their daily activities are not really to do with reducing crime, that kind of thing. So response was, we don't really have anybody in-house that can do this kind of work, so we would have to have a consultant do a business case on it. But what's more important is there's a couple of reports that are attached to the questions. One is to do with different policing models from the MacDonald-Laurier Institute, and then also another report that was in a perspectives booklet that the Auditor General for Local Government just issued. And basically what it says is that Dawson Creek is not the only municipality that is having pressures on their policing force and the cost of funding that. And how do we look at this and ensure public safety and public confidence and all those things. So there's a lot of information out in the bigger world trying to address this very specific problem. Pardon me. Also attached for your information was two things that are really important, I think, here, was the historical member billing levels compared to authorized levels. And that goes back to 2005. And basically what it shows is that even though council has committed to increased members over the years, in 2005 we had 22 authorized members. And in 2015 we had 25 authorized members, but year over year we're actual billings are coming in lower, so there's always vacancy. So some of the pressures that I'm sure the RCMP detachment is feeling right now is, even though he has authorized members with local government support, the positions can't be filled fast enough. So that's ongoing. That's not just this year. It's been going on for 10 years. And then the other graph that I provide is to do with the trend line. And that's just indicative of the cost of policing. That's not, I don't think, is going to change. So if any questions or...
So just a comment. I suspected, like I was thinking, like seeing the question about adding 2 members and just the conversations we've sat and had with our staff sergeant. Like it seems to me that if we had a full house over there and everybody was, like all the seats were filled, that we would probably be in a much better situation even without adding extra members. It's the difficulty of getting all the seats filled, I think, is what the big thing is just not being able to fill the seats. And we could say, let's add 10 new police officers to the force, and I don't think it would do us a damn bit of good, because could we get 10 new police officers? So
the purpose I had in asking the question was a couple-fold, really, so we get a real clarity in terms of policing costs. How much, if you say, if we're going to add a member here, here's how much dough it means to us, here's the implications to us. And so there's a little more clarity for the public in terms of when we talk about that. The other piece to me is we talk about core pieces of our community, of what people look to, and it's water, sewer, and it's protective services of policing. And with all the attention that's gone on in the community with respect to serious crime lately and how that's transforming, that's one piece of it that you say, is there an expectation that we need to ensure, there's an expectation of our community that people need to ensure that we're doing all we can to keep the community safe. And so if we're always 2 members or 3 members down, should we push in to be able to do that, but also meet the needs in the future? If it's going to take us 2 or 3 years to get that capacity up and approved, should we start to be doing some work on that today to make sure we're prepared for it? And then the other magic that occurs in the not too distant future probably for us as a community is 15,000 people. And that changes your formula from 70% to 90%, which is another biggie for us. And so I think the second piece to that was if we're looking at options, alternatives to how and what we do, what are those options? What are those alternatives? This issue with the exploring it outside of our protective services to our municipal boundaries and our own budget to involve other communities and dealing with components around that. Can we find a way to do that as we are with Grand Prairie? So that to me was the other part of it, is there's some functions in there that we can look at and say, okay, if we're paying $75 an hour for every police officer we employ, you know, at 118 grand a year, can we migrate some of those costs into some functions that we could put into a private model somehow, away from having a policeman sit there. I just did the calculations of 31 hours at $75 an hour is $23,000, right?
Yeah.
Over the course of the year. So it adds up very quickly in terms of some of those support services you're providing, and is that the best? And so that was the purpose of me asking the question, so I appreciate that. Shel, you had a question? Or?
I was just, I totally agree with you on like getting ahead of it. Because if it does take you 2 years to get those extra members, then getting ahead of the situation is a good idea. Chances are we won't be paying for those extra members for several years, even if we did approve them. But I remember asking the staff sergeant, he was sitting there and I'm like, well, you know, we've had him in to talk about these issues, and what can we do? I mean, can't we make it so that there's somebody there that can do these reports and do these things, taking it out of the hands of the actual officers? And like the answers he was giving me didn't give me much hope that there was much we could really do on that front.
We were at a great session at the FCM. I thought it was, and I went, and it was dealing with this component, and the guy that was the assistant deputy minister in Saskatchewan, who was an ex-RCMP, he said, you know, you look at some of the things they do, and they'll spend, a member will spend 5, 6, 7, 8 hours doing court documents for a small-time criminal charge or a charge that somebody's going to do less than 1 hour of jail time on. Yet we spent all of this time on it, and it's time that the system needed to have some. I really liked the way he explained that. So that's what got me. I think we need to find ways to help support the RCMP in the serious business of crime, and so that was the purpose in asking the question. Any other comments or questions, Councillor McFadden?
What have we authorized or approved any more positions? We were on that trend a couple of 3 years ago, but have we come to a stop now, or is it?
Through your worship, the last time council approved an additional member was in 2011. So 2012, 13, 14, 15 are all 25. And 2014 we were actually at capacity.
Yeah.
That was the only year in the 4 years, so.
But we haven't approved any extra positions here at council since okay.
Councillor Chevekov?
Just a couple comments. Besides the rate for a policeman, there's ramifications for office space. At some point, you know, you have to do some renovations or additions, vehicles, the overhead type thing. So I think they have to be considered. I don't know if we get billed for them, but it would be an issue as you add people.
Yeah, through your worship. So we have the detachment, which is basically a cost-sharing arrangement where we get lease revenue based on how many municipal officers we have compared to the total. Right now, we're in a rent-free period because of an agreement we made to do with an overpayment about 5 years ago, but that's going to be ending. The police cars we don't pay for. That is in the provincial model is part of the member cost, but we do have parking capacity that sometimes, you know, comes into focus. So yes, you do have to be cognizant of the whole service, not just members.
And then the issue of going to 90%, that may be a couple years down the road here, but, you know, at some point, and that's gonna be a big hit. I mean, you go from 70 to 90. The thing that bothers me, and I've mentioned it before, is this whole court process. Like, I look at those court records for, you know, what goes on during the day. There's 10 pages of court cases, you know, and then there might be 2 or 3 that are resolved, and all the rest are forwarded to another. Like, are there policemen sitting in there sort of anticipating being called regarding a court case? Like, the whole process is so sluggish, like, and I don't know, you talk to the people at UBCM, Susan Anton or whoever, we should somehow be trying to put pressure on the provincial government to streamline the thing so that, you know, like you talk about dealing with the mental patients issue. Well, that courthouse takes probably a hell of a lot more of policemen's time.
Yeah, that was that point I think I made, you know, about this guy making that point about the amount of hours the RCMP members chug through trying to prepare for court and court documents and court records and all that, and then either gets put off or that no time, stay, and for minor offenses, he's saying we have to change the model somehow.
Well, there's a lot of these guys that come on for a court day and it's postponed to 2 weeks later, and then 2 weeks later, they could be there, you know, 5 or 10 different days.
Well, like you say, I'm sure the member has to be, if he's being called to present evidence, which 99% of the time I'm sure they would be, he's there for it.
So I guess the point is that there's other factors outside of, you know, staffing and that type of thing that we need to be trying to address if it's possible.
Out of our control, and that's
Yeah.
what the staff sergeant said too. Lots of these things, like over at the courthouse, this and that and the other thing, out of our control.
But
we have to take control.
the things that we can do.
Maybe
though,
you should come to this. Yeah.
they one of the things I love that report that Jim provided in terms of that alternatives, and I haven't gone through it in a whole bunch of detail, but there's an opportunity for us to say, you know what, maybe there's some options here. Even this thing with Grand Prairie gives us some options to look at and say, you know what, maybe if we have a serious crime unit in the northeast, northwest of Alberta, BC, maybe we can be more efficient. Maybe we can be more effective with public safety for a far less cost than shuttling, trying to get these guys to come in here from Vancouver or Prince George once a year or whatever it is. Just different models.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shelley. Appreciate that. Any other questions on that one? 2.3, we have, I think along the same lines, the using commissioners for jail guard duty.
And I'm satisfied with Jim's right up there, and I won't ask questions about it anymore.
Okay.
If I do, remind me that I said that.
The camera's on. Hello.
He said reminded me. Yes.
Thank you. 2.4, we have memo from Kevin in regards to the budget implications of the walking trail sidewalk program, and I raised this. Do you want to go ahead, Kevin?
Yeah, just I'll give you a little brief on that. Is what we did is took a look at our main planning documents, which is the master transportation plan, the OCP, and also the subdivision bylaw to some regard, and looked at the entire municipality and tried to get a number of what it would cost to implement new corridors, also looking at replacing some of the other stuff that has been identified. So what you see there is quite a large number in the I think it's pushing about $16 million worth of infrastructure. So right now we budget annually about anywhere between $550, and it's in the 5-year plan. It's going up a little bit each year, but $500,000-$600,000, and that's mainly to deal with replacements of existing. That's not really getting into any expansion. So you can see if we wanted to, or if council wanted to make some headway on this, we would have to look at increasing the budget. And there probably is some value in looking at some key networks or some key links rather than waiting for development maybe to bring that on. And I think about the top end of 8th Street across Imperial and down 17th. That is a loop that is used by a lot of people, but there is no formalized path. And it is in the OCP and the master plan to have a walkway through that area. If we wait for development, we could be waiting anywhere from 5 years to 25 years, just who knows how long it'll take. So something like that might be, council may say, you know what, that's an important link for us and a benefit, and maybe want to look at a capital plan for that. But yeah, so we tried to lay it out and at least give you some insight on what we're up against.
One of the reasons I brought this forward was the whole issue of connecting your community for, and I think about it on the quality of life component for building neighborhoods, building the accessibility for community for people to be able to go out and comfortably walk and not on the side of the road. And if you walk up 8th Street, Imperial Access Road, and 17th Street, now with all the development that's going on up there, you're seeing more and more people out there walking and running and doing all those things. But it's dangerous to be out running along or walking along 8th Street, 17th Street, or Imperial Access Road now, because they are narrower with no shoulder. Traffic does go a little bit quicker because they feel like they're out of town. And to me, the component about connecting your community to your walking trails, the Rotary Walking Trail, in terms of that, giving a connectivity to your community, I think will build that neighborhood feel for people to feel like, I want to build and live in this community because it's connected and it's got a great feel where I can go out and go for a walk at night or go for a stroll with my family comfortably. And so I just think that's an aspect as our subdivisions develop, we're not moving that movement of infrastructure. We're just excited about getting the water sewer in so they start to build houses and not that whole package of it. So
Yeah.
that's why I raised it. Councillor Javecka?
When we approved the Rorson subdivision up on 17th Street there was provisions for walking paths there. Were they ever built, or what happened there?
So with the subdivision west of 17th, just about the entire subdivision was under the old bylaw, which did not have sidewalks within that. But there is a walkway that Mr. Orson is committed to building that'll run in the east-west direction. I believe it's just north of the park to provide some connection from the center of that neighborhood out to 17th, where there's a path being built on the east side where Western Canadian Property Group is building. So there is some, I mean, it's a perfect example of where we had an outdated bylaw at the time. We didn't get the sidewalks in the residential neighborhoods, and once people move in, they start asking us where are the sidewalks, why, and so sooner or later somebody needs to pay for it, and sometimes the city has to come in after the fact and pay for that. But there is a pathway that will be going, like I say, east-west. I think it's on, I want to say, 83rd or somewhere along there. I just can't remember the exact cross street, but.
Okay, the other thing that I was wondering about, you've got a comment in there that the Dawson Trail is in poor condition and below standard. The Dawson Trail was built in early 2000. Well, part of it, the Kin Park section was there for years before that. But the Oilmans and Rotary got together and built it from the library out to Tubby's. It's been there now for 12, 14 years.
Yep.
So I guess I was just questioning the standards. I mean, standards are standards. Like if you want to build
today's standard, yeah.
A highway or a walking path, that walking path that's there has served the purpose for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And no, the base is only probably a foot of shale. Now I know modern engineering requirements are you have to haul gravel from the Peace River. But that trail has served the purpose for a long time. So part of it is to do with standards. Like if you put in a standard that it's going to cost you $1 million a mile, you're not going to build much trail. But if you put in a standard that you can build for cheap money, you'll have a trail. And yeah, it's not the Cadillac version, but it's serviceable. So that's just a point that I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, for me it wasn't.
And that trail was all volunteer. You know, the late Walter Hees did most of the excavation on it, and we had different truckers hauling shale, and Rotary actually paid for all the asphalt on it, and so, you know, just a comment.
That's a great example to me, that trail, that walking trail, of how it's built that connectivity of our community to have a great walking system where you can go for a good walk. We should have that community connected like that, and we don't. And so that was why I think if we build neighborhoods, if we want people to build new homes in our community and live here, I think that accessibility to a good walking trail system and sidewalks, to me, is what's going to encourage and enhance and entice them into their neighborhood feel. And so I just think it's, and the subdivisions, I use Grand Prairie as an example. You drive through there and you see a brand new subdivision, the sidewalks are in, the fences are in, the walking paths are in, and that's done before they're selling lots, right? And I'm not saying good, bad, or otherwise, it's the market that determines value, but to me, there's, if we can develop the neighborhood, develop the walking infrastructure, I think will enhance the build.
I agree with you about the walking trails, because I find myself just coming into town every now and then, just going for a walk on some of the trails that we do have. Like I discovered one up by your place here just a while ago. Where the heck did that come from? But it'd be nice to link all of those together. There is funding that's available out there. And I was at this one conference here a while ago, and I was told, don't call it a walking trail, call it a fire guard. I don't know, and that's how this one community got funding for their walking trail, was by calling it a fire guard. I don't know if
they had a big forest of dead pine
not.
trees right there, though.
That's right, you were there too. Yeah, but I think that there probably is some funding opportunities for that, which I think would be great. But that one subdivision that we're talking about up at the top of 17th, Paul touched on Pat Rorison up there. There is that one. There's supposed to be a walking track all the way around the whole outside of that subdivision. And at what point would that be installed? And why couldn't it be moved forward sooner? I don't know if that's a question. I guess it's a question for Kevin.
You're alluding to one around on the north side of the subdivision?
Well, this one here was supposed to go up 8th Street, up to the top, and then back down again.
Oh yeah, that's 8th over to 17th, sorry. That's not west of that. I thought you were speaking.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, so that's the link that we're talking about, that council could decide that that's an important link that they want to take on as a project and get it completed, just because there's so many people utilizing it. But traditionally what we've done is we've waited, we've identified them in our master plans, and when development comes, we say, okay, here's part of the package is you need to construct it here to here as part of your development. And we that's just the approach we've taken, is put that on development and wait it out.
Yeah, because I'm not talking about the ones that are inside, I'm just talking about the outside ones, because these roads all have to go in and everything, but the perimeter road. Your Richard, do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm.
Yeah.
Good. Any other questions for Kevin? And I think it's a great budget discussion. To me, it is, and I really like the idea. Thank you for that, Kevin.
Yep.
2.5 memo from Sean regarding the expenditure for watershed management. Sean?
So the question, just to reiterate, was what is the total expenditure for watershed management? How much of this expense can be considered the responsibility of the provincial and federal governments? As the memo states, haven't really seen a lot of support from provincial government since 2004, 2006. Although all of the regulations require us to collect data, report back, and ensure the management of the watershed, there is little to no help for the most part from the government agencies. Even though the last time that the government was in the watershed at that time frame and they seen there was bacteriological issues within our watershed, they never have followed up, basically just left it in our hands to manage. So once again, that's why we have created our database line and continued forward with moving forward with gaining that data to report back to those government agencies. As you can see in the trend lines there in regards to the budget, it has increased. Since 2012, around that $200,000 a year mark, and the last few years we're right up around that $400,000 mark per year in regards to the program. The largest component of that can be contributed to the construction, the management, and the operation of Bear Hole Lake. So that's why you see that increased budget and basically around that component in our watershed. In short, as the Water Sustainability Act rolls out 2016, we don't know exactly what that brings. What we do feel it's going to bring is more reporting back to government agencies, more data collection. That's why we've moved forward with trying to be ahead of the curve in regards to that. Many municipalities will be trying to chase their tail. We've already got a pretty good baseline established, and once again, it's the reason why we've moved towards hydrometric stations that are beneficial to us right at our intake, Bear Hole Lake, instead of 70 kilometers downstream where the government has theirs, because a lot can happen in that watershed from the time it leaves Bear Hole Lake till it gets 70 kilometers past. And we want to be able to make good decisions, pardon me, in regards to how we manage that in that component between Bear Hole Lake and Eris.
Thank you. Councillor Javetko?
So I guess I see some of this as sort of downloading from provincial and federal responsibilities. And it could be a subtle process where, if you're not satisfied with what the ministries are doing as far as their role, then we automatically absorb some of that work. I know when I was there, we were very active. I mean, we weren't monitoring the quality of the river. That was the city's role.
Right.
But as far as any activity in there, any activity that could potentially be detrimental to the water, yeah, we're on top of it. So if that's changed, then that's something that the city has to start dealing with the provincial government on, because there are several ministries that are involved in that. Now, the comments in here are pretty critical of provincial and federal government. So there's something that needs to be addressed there, as far as I'm concerned, by council. The other thing I was wondering is we started looking at quality back 2004 or something. I can remember having a meeting with the folks from Uppercut Bank, on the quality of the water and stuff. So you guys are doing more quality assessments.
Correct.
So has there been anything more done than just assessing the water, as far as the quality of water that we're getting at the intake? Or are you just assessing it and documenting it?
In regards to trying to change the quality of the water?
Trying to improve it.
Absolutely. I would say that's part and parcel of working with all stakeholders within the watershed in regards to awareness. And when you talk about the particular groups that you're referring to, whether it's cattle ranchers, farmers, mining, oil and gas, that educational component that's put forward through the program has helped with all of that and helped to improve quality, because it's that educational component of what actually can affect the water quality or state of the water within those parameters in which we work, that we call our watershed.
So is there a noticeable improvement then?
I can actually get the data together for you and present it in regards to it, as far as the quality component goes, because we do have that baseline data. Off the top of my head, I cannot say.
Well, the baseline, I think we collected baseline data back
Absolutely.
10 or 12 years ago, so, you know, if I'd be curious if there's been an improvement through your discussions with the ranchers, say in Uppercut Bank and the Bear Mountain pasture, to see if there's an improvement, because that seemed to me at that time, that's where the issue was.
And it's not, and I'm not going to say that there isn't still opportunity within the watershed to do better in regards to how different industries affect the quality of the water in the Kiskana. And our watershed steward Chelsea continually works on that. I can get that data put together from the collection to see how that looks. I'm sure there's the people working within that watershed are one contributing factor to that quality. There's also other contributing factors, whether that's weather or different components like that need to be considered in that quality.
Yeah, the dirt in the water, I mean, that's a natural thing there. It's pretty hard to control that when you get freshet and that. But the issue that we had was contamination. Like, you know.
So back, I'll be like up front, bacteria is still an issue from time to time because of the uses along the river, mainly ranching. So there is bacteria component within the watershed that we continually work at making better. As far as contamination and pollution, we haven't seen that directly. We are monitored now right at Eris. We do have detectors and such in case there's those parameters in regards to hydrocarbons and such are exceeded.
Yeah, see, we took the water quality just above Uppercut Bank and then at the intake, and it was quite evident where the problem was there. So you've actually seen an improvement there?
All the time.
What are you doing working with it?
Chelsea actually works with the people that actually use those leases along there, works with the pasture society as well in regards to movements, and whether it be salt block placement within those parameters. There's regulation around how far they need to have those away from the water. The idea is to try and take that particular ranching industry, and although it is still within that watershed component, do our best to educate and move them further away from the parameters of that watershed and time movements of those cattle across the water for seasonal movements where water levels are lower, all contained at once. And we have seen benefits in regards to working with them in regards to that. Because I don't have the baseline in front of me, but it has been beneficial.
We did a tour this fall, Sean and Chelsea and I, with the Judy Madden from the Ag Advisory Committee. She's one of the stewards of the community pasture out there. And it was really educational to me to be able to go out and see how, as Sean talks about, how they're managing the impacts of the animals, the cows and cattle in different areas around different waterways and flow, traditional creek beds and things like that, how they're placing salt blocks in relation to their dugouts so to keep the animals away at different periods of time. And then also working with Murphy Oil were really evident in that area, and so how they were building their leases and roads and culverts and flows and all that stuff was just really evident to me that all of them were taking a really disciplined approach to ensuring that they have minimal impact to that critical waterway.
Well, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because I was there. I mean, our range division, we had all those regulations.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is, are we getting value for dollar with additional resources overseeing the provincial work that's already going on? That's
and the hard
that's
part. The hard part, I think, to measure that though, is the increase in the amount of activity that's taking place out there now with all of the additional components that are attached now with some of the industry building lease sites and all that stuff, that you put that much more pressure on the system of potentially damaging that waterway, right?
Okay, the other last question I had, the second to the last question. So you mentioned the scarcity of water related to climate change. I'm just wondering if anybody has looked into the future. When is there not enough water in there? Based on the population, the residents, and industry in Dawson Creek?
And it's a really good question, and I don't have that answer. I'd like to think that we're working towards having some concrete evidence to be able to give a good answer in regards to that. And that's all part and parcel of the work that we've done to date, whether it's the work around Bear Hole Lake itself, groundwater recharge, extractions from the river itself, climate change, all coupled together. That's why we continue with our studies, data collection, reporting, database lines and graphs and procedures to try and right now monitor to get an idea of what actually is happening in that river. How susceptible is it moving forward to the possibility of climate change, drought and such? As mentioned, because we were having to go into higher levels of restriction on a regular basis, and I'm sure in your time you've seen it a lot more many times than I have, Paul, in my chair. It's something that is unpredictable, and that's why with the operation and installation of the weir at Bear Hole Lake, we have been able to better manage that in the short term. I can't say if that's going to last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, but all of the data that we continue to collect through this program will definitely help us make a more educated decision in regards to that in the future.
Okay, the last question, just looking at the costs, there's about $130,000 that's related to consultants and contracts and that type of thing. Like, is there an opportunity to have some of that work done in-house? Like, especially the consultants?
There probably is opportunity. It might mean hiring specialized staff, which is always an option. The component that you're looking at in there this year, the largest part of that was around the Harris weir maintenance, where we re-wrapped the weir at our intake. So that's where you've seen that increase this year. You're going to see that decrease as we move into 2016 because that project is completed. However, I agree, there's always opportunity to do things differently. There's opportunity, depending on what lies in front of us for programs, to approach them in a different manner.
Yeah, well, I guess that's my point. I mean, you've got a professional person on staff now,
yeah.
And to have that professional person develop parameters for a contract to go to a consultant, maybe there's a way to reduce the, some of the peripheral workload and actually do that study in-house.
It's a really good point, and that budget does reflect the fact that we do have one person in the watershed as a general rule. That person gets support through contractors and consultants at this time. So the budget is reflective of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any further questions,
Just
Kevin?
one quick note on that, through your worship, just back one question on the looking forward on the river. If council remember, we did a lot of that work through the Sure Water campaign, those two various reach outs to the community, and we did a lot of that projecting for the future as far as what that river will provide for population growth, things like that. So at that time, looking at it, I mean, they were, with the flows that we have, it was projecting, 25,000 population it can support, so. And that was with some oil and gas use in there, so that just, again, some of that work has been done as far as looking forward.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you. So next item, we have the 2.6, we have question number 20, the water reclaim facility. John?
Yeah. So question is, what is the total expenditure on the water reclaim facility?
Okay, just, I didn't word this question very well.
Well, after
What I
you
was-
answer
And I
it.
might not be able to answer it the way
What I was interested in is the annual costs, not all of the capital costs to build it and all that stuff. So just the annual cost. So I've got a couple questions just regarding the
Hopper.
spreadsheet in the back.
I will do my
So I
best.
apologize for that. I went through a lot of work to, you probably had a report on it that you just accessed anyways.
I just reached over.
Didn't go to a bunch
I
of
was
work.
ready to go.
Anyways, so it looks to me like we're actually making money on it.
Well, as of this morning,
Well,
We're
I
doing a lot
mean,
better.
not that revenue, but if just by your spreadsheet there, the revenue is 311,000, and we actually end up with a net revenue of 2,600.
that is
operating
proposed.
costs.
That is proposed, and we've obviously seen some up and down for sure in regards to the program. And once again, it is reflective of any business. And you guys were talking about business this morning again, and the fact that times like this definitely have an impact. We've seen it have a good impact this morning. We've also seen times when it hasn't been quite so positive. Unfortunately, it is hard to project what you are going to get for revenues, because as much as we can all ask the question in the industry, we never know what's coming forward. The one component in here that probably is something that needed to be identified was the fact that when council entered into this, they were in agreement with two things, and that was A, they were going to supply the land, and B, that they would put forward an operating budget estimated at about $150,000 a year. Now, it has varied a bit looking at it. We've been up a bit, we've been down a bit, and we definitely would like to get to a spot, and very positive we will get to a spot that revenues will supersede our expenses in this facility.
Yeah. Well, as far as business pieces go in the city, there's not very many that pay for themselves, eh? In fact, are there any? Well, this one here.
Right here, yeah.
Thanks.
Councilor Roger?
Not quite, Paul. Operating costs, we expect like repairs and maintenance that happen in that facility. It's been operating for a few years now, so I've been in there, there's quite a few pumps in there. Have they started changing some of them out? Because I have a feeling that's gonna be an ongoing issue as it gets older.
All things that are considered. So we have started doing some work already, as you've seen this morning in the committee of the whole report, in regards to blowers and stuff and seals. It is part and parcel of operating in that environment. So we're always prepared for that in our operating budget if required. Those are things that are considered moving forward. There is still some, use the word tweaking going on within the Sager cells. We are still working within Nelson Environmental to ensure that we have the best product possible, and that will continue. That was also something we knew that was going to be upfront every budget year moving forward for a long life of this system being one of those prototype type systems.
The other thing that you have $250,000 into the revenues of this water utility. Water utility is the one that looks after the reclaimed water plant as well, right? So it's not, this adds to the reserve that we have available to do that work in the future when it's required. And the more we can find ways to sell that reclaimed water, the stronger our water utility will be for the future for all of that, right?
Yeah, once we get our building asset management plan and coming down the road anyways. That'll
Water utilities
help
probably,
identify a lot.
probably as good a shape as any of our utilities are in reserves.
Through your worship, it's actually in the sewer utility, but yes, both of the utilities are self-sustaining, and we do have reserves. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Welcome.
20, item 2.7, we have question 21 is curbside recycling service.
So the question was, staff was asked to investigate the cost of adding curbside recycling. And also, I think 21B was the cost of curbside compost pickup. So I provided a couple of older reports when we first looked at the MMBC and recycling for your information. What we get out of those reports is that MMBC was offering about $140,000 annually to go towards recycling program, or if so desired, they would have actually ran the recycle curbside program in the community. At the time, council directed staff to do some work. We did some work on that. We went out to public, came back with a report, and ultimately council decided against pursuing the program. So we, at that time, also turned back the opportunity for funding. Talked to MMBC here recently as I was putting this together. Right now, they are unable to take on any other communities just due to resource issues. So there's still a funding opportunity, but we'd have to get on a list and wait until they're able to actually take us on, and that's, they were unable to give me a timeline, but they're talking years before we get there. So we have to look at this with the lens that that $140,000-ish amount is simply not available to us at this time. So went to Waste Management to give some budget numbers on what that would look like to provide these two services. So what they are is they're providing a package price. Kind of, if we provide all three, this is what it would be. And the way it's broken out is they would do waste collection bi-weekly, so not every week, but every other week. They would do recycling curbside every 2 weeks. And they would do yard waste collection, which is grass leaves, every 2 weeks through the summer season. They would also provide carts for the recycle, carts for the yard waste. And the cost for that would be $15.85 per account per month. So right now we're paying $7.95 for waste services, so it's double essentially of what we're paying. And the post-processing costs for recycling, my understanding after speaking with the regional district, they would be taking care of those costs. Compost, during the summer months, we would be required to pay a tipping fee at the Besborough landfill for tonnage, and they would be stockpiling there, and they are looking at a compost program, I think, in the next year or so. So right now, it's essentially being stockpiled. Yeah, any questions around that? Councillor Schumann?
So I asked the question, of course, because I get asked regularly from people in our community, when are we going to have curbside recycling? Of course, I know all the details around the MMBC business, and I don't, myself, sitting in those circles, don't foresee them coming back to us with any cash. And so that was an opportunity that we missed. But I feel like our community still really wants to have curbside recycling. From my perspective, as wanting to see less stuff in the landfill today, just from changing up from carts or from bags to carts, we've seen less garbage, less cost. Our landfill tipping fees, in my view, would go down substantially. if we were to have a curbside recycling, as in not just anyone, myself taking my curbside down or my recycling down out of the the need to do so. If everybody had to do it, it would just be a crazy number of waste that does not hit the landfill. And I pay $12 a month right now for $24 every 2 months for my garbage pickup, and to see that it would go up to $15.85 a month, that's something that I absolutely wouldn't have an issue. That's an extra $3.85 a month on top of the bill that I already have. And I get that it's only every other week, but I myself only put my garbage can out to the curb every 3 weeks right now because I compost and I recycle. And so if I, as a family of 4, can do that, I'm sure that if the people in the community were given the resources to do the same thing without having to really expand too much energy, I think they would choose it as well. And I know that it's something that I get asked a lot about. And so it's something that I continue to bring to the table, hoping that one day this community will have curbside recycling. Fort St. John has it now. They have it every 2 weeks. Garbage every 2 weeks and recycling every 2 weeks. And I don't know.
They don't have yard waste, I don't think.
Not yard waste, but
Yeah.
I
think they take their yard waste.
yard waste for me is like, that would be the very big wish list that we could have that. But I didn't bring the compost up. I think Shaylee brought that one up. But my main concern is keeping the recycling out of the landfill, and I mean, along the way maybe we could get some compost diverted as well. But anyways, that's why I asked the question. I see that it's not that expensive, and that we should consider having curbside recycling.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further questions for Kevin?
I just got a comment. Since we've had the carts, the garbage tilting out at the Bessborough has been a lot less. I think it's just something that the community's getting used to and being forced to recycle, essentially, because of the carts being smaller. And if it was for 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, sort of thing, for every 2 weeks it's either recycling or it's your garbage. I think that would, if the citizens, if that's what they want, that would be fine. But what would happen to the recycler that's already in business in town now?
So that was part
Anybody
of
got any
the
ideas?
issue of whoever gets the contract for collecting of the material has to have a depot with which to handle that recycling. And Jeremy was fully intending to put himself forward as the depot. So,
Can I talk?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So we're already paying now for post-collection. So through the regional district, they've changed the function now so that any of the curbside recycling, before this happened, we would have been responsible to deal with the curbside recycling that we collected. Now, the regional district is putting out a tender to have someone deal with that post-collection recycling. So even if we don't have curbside recycling, our community is going to be paying for post-collection curbside recycling for Fort St. John, for Taylor, or for any of the communities that come on board in the RD. The RD is paying, which we all pay into. So
The waste management through the Peace River Regional District, of which we are a member, so we have a landfill site, our site here, and they once it hits there, then the regional district deal with it and deal with the Besborough and reclaiming the facilities and all that. So once it is collected, we pay for the collection and transportation. Once it's their responsibility. So we pay for that post, as Councillor Schumann said, under the waste management contract or an agreement we have with the Peace River Regional District.
And they would put out an RFP looking for someone to deal with that post collection.
So Eco Depot, we're doing it now in Fort St. John.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
There's also, I know that Gerald Lindbergh is doing a bunch of work. It was just in the paper here a while ago, a few $1 million work at the dump, I guess, in Fort St. John, and that's a regional district function. I think part of that is going to be for the recycling part. I do know that out at Rolla, they've changed, they're changing everything now, because in the rural it used to be just dump it and didn't matter what it was, as long as, like, big sign saying no, household waste only, but you know, you'd see tires and batteries and everything else in it. So they now have a fenced compound. I think it's going to be manned, and it's going to be, you split everything up, and they will charge you for your garbage, I think, or something like that. So with the way the world's turning anyways, it looks like you're being forced to recycle it more. I think the community is starting to get on board with that.
It'll be really interesting to me to watch a couple of components that take place in terms of seeing Fort St. John now go through theirs, where they're going to have waste collection every second week and they're recycling every second week, and seeing how that manages, what the impacts of their costs are. As Shelley talked about today, we've seen a reduction in the amount. So there's, and then the post collection stuff for us in terms of understanding what that does. There's some opportunities there, I think, that are not just evident. Curbside recycling will cost us this much. There's some benefits as well. It's understanding how those benefits offset those costs to be able to make the decision. So I think it'll be an interesting time in 2016 to watch that occur.
Yeah, my thought with the cost would be there, you know, waste management's already coming every week to pick it up. So if the citizens had to buy a cart that was just for recycling.
They're going to provide the carts.
Yeah.
Provide-
It'll be the size of
Citizens have to pay for the
It'll
extra
be the
cart.
size of the, so, and then the size of the carts for
Yeah.
holding
The
garbage.
biggest one possible for recycling, the smallest one possible for garbage. I think it's a win-win situation.
It's coming. The discussion's coming. Councillor Dubek.
Well, I just have to mention again that there is a private outfit in Fort St. John that will come to your door every 2 weeks and pick up your recycling for like $80 a year or something.
They don't need it now
So
because
it's,
now everybody's got it. The whole town
It is
has
there
it.
now. Like, for us
Oh,
to
I'm sure they're
consider
business now.
going into business where private industry is already supplying it, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
Because
private industry does a lot better job normally of that type of thing than, you know, otherwise we'd have our own garbage truck and be traveling down the road instead of waste management doing it.
can I just
Councillor
say
Schumann?
something? So then the person has to make the decision to be a recycler instead of be forced into it.
Well, I
If
think-
we made it mandatory, they'd be forced into it. They
But
would
I
have
think
to
your
do that
comment
recycling.
is right. We were already being forced into it because we can only fit so much garbage into that one little can that you are talking about. So, you know, I've seen driving down the street, driving down our street, I still see mounds of garbage bags around that can. So those people are going to be forced to start recycling.
I think the sentiment of the majority of folks are being recycling. You see it evident in the containers around our community, right? The cardboard.
I
and
don't believe
paper.
that.
There's a ton of people recycling.
There may be, but there's a ton that don't want to pay the extra money. They'll do it on their own. They do it on their own and they want to do it on their own.
But that's my point in terms of, are we going to start to see increased costs to our waste management collection system because we're not recycling? And will there be some benefits now with the regional district paying post-collection for that recycling and things, that there may be some not clear to us that what those fixed costs are that we're paying or the benefits to it? And I don't know what the answer is, but there's some information out there that we need to start to develop, I think. Councillor Schumann?
Just to comment, Councillor Chebetkof's points there. You're retired, you take your recycling down, you got all the time in the world all day long. Well, who I'm hearing from are busy young families who say to me all the time, I would recycle more often, I just don't have the time, it would be so much more convenient. We held public consultation. We had, you know, Councillor Parcel is always talking about, oh, it's the same 15 people out to our public consultations. While during the curbside recycling, the recycling consultations, there was more young people and more people in that room that we had never even seen before in a public consultation. And these people wanted this. Not everybody's retired and has all the time in the day to separate their recycling and do their recycling and
But
take
you know,
it
us
all down.
retired guys, we need to have
It's
a nap in the
not-
afternoon. I mean, we don't have all the time in the world.
I'm just saying that not everybody, I think that more people would participate in something if
All
it
I'm
was
saying is
more
that
convenient.
there is an option for them now, a private option.
So, and the last point to that, we did hear from people who were concerned about costs.
Yeah.
We did hear from people who are concerned about
Yeah.
costs.
All five of them.
I think the costs are coming.
All
There's-
five of them.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
The costs are coming.
2.8, we have a
Doesn't
memo
matter,
from
it's
Duncan
$3.
in regards to the Pioneer Village expenditures projects for 2016.
Want me to come up?
I just have a couple questions on it if, you guys have probably all read it anyways, so
Yes, we did.
just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fee for service. My understanding it's specifically for Rotary Lake. The chemical, the chlorine, and the staffing to operate Rotary Lake.
Through your worship, I don't know that. I haven't seen a document that says that specifically. That
Well,
might
I'm
have,
just thinking back to when I was involved there, we used to have to write a letter asking for this fee for service for Rotary Lake. Was that in error? I should have been able to spend that money wherever I wanted.
I'm
never
sorry.
get to do
I'm
that.
sorry, I can't comment. I can't comment. I'm not sure what year it was. I don't recall seeing
Well, it
it.
was a number, it was probably 10 years back in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Anyways,
The only thing I do want to say,
the operating costs of Rotary Lake, at that time, we were getting $66,000 a year, and we submitted that annual report, which demonstrated that that was the cost, plus or minus, you know, a couple thousand here or there, but just clarification on that.
yeah, through your worship?
Yep.
I just want to make one comment on the fee for service. It's listed here as 74,573. The society does reimburse us insurance, so it's a little bit less than that. It's about 72,600
Okay.
after the insurance goes back and forth. So that's just one caveat to that. And the society does provide annual financial statements back to us every year. Yeah.
Then the other question was just on shoveling snow on the sidewalks. Does the city send somebody out there to shovel snow?
Yeah, my
Because they have
understanding.
a full-time staff there, eh?
Yeah, so my understanding, just working with Sean, and Darcy's retired and he used to look after that, and it's kind of shifted now, but my understanding is, yeah, that there's some walkway shoveling that takes place over there. It's not one of our priority areas, but they do go over there from time to time and they do shovel walkways.
We
And
used to have
it's,
volunteers do it.
yeah, so I don't know that it's happening every snowfall, but I do understand they're going
Okay.
over there to look after them as it accumulates.
That's all I had on it.
Thank you.
If I would have known the city would have went and shoveled snow, I would have asked a long time ago. In fact, I've got some requests from the ski hill.
You're out of town. So,
Sit on that
that's
one?
it? Yep, thanks, Duncan. But you can stay there because we have, next up is the 2.9. We have the memo in regards to the NAR Park expenditures.
And I just had a couple questions
Go
on
ahead.
that as well. It says there that the South Peace Art Society received $21,000 for service provision. at the locations identified above, what services do we provide the money for?
Through your worship, that's a fee for service, just like Pioneer Village. We cut the check, but we don't monitor what they do with it.
They run the art gallery.
So it's a grant, basically. And the rent subsidy, my understanding is that's for the archives at KPAC. The 6,000?
I'll go back to Shelley.
Yeah. Through your
Thanks,
worship,
Shelley.
that's correct. That was approved last year for the first time.
And then the Visitor Information Center is 86,971, which is a significant number for us in budget discussions, so. Oh, and the other question was on the spreadsheet. So do we pay for their telephone?
I'd have to go back, but yeah, judging by this, we do. So this is NAR Park, right? So there's a number of buildings. I've kind of captured them all on the front portion of that, but my understanding is yes, we do pay for the telephones over in that facility. So one thing I was going to note, between the Pioneer Village and the NAR and some of the other areas that we work in, the level of service that we provide varies. There's inconsistency among them. For instance, the Pioneer Village, as you're aware, we don't do a lot of maintenance in that facility. We look after some of the infrastructure. We did the flooring, we've done the roof, we're going to do some of the capital projects. But as far as day-to-day maintenance is limited to that mechanical and electrical infrastructure. In the NAR area, we do a lot more, if not all, of the maintenance over there. Now, in either of those contracts, that's not really captured. At the NAR, it says that we do a lot of the exterior work, or we primary exterior. We do a lot of the day-to-day maintenance within those facilities. Yeah. So telephones at the NAR, I would, looking at this, and there's a budget provided, I'm going to say yes, we do provide that because we do a lot over there.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further?
I'm just trying to look real quick. I was looking at the lease agreement. How long is that lease agreement for?
I have it attached. I'll have to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it.
It's usually on one of those first, February 4th, 2019 for the Art Society. So we also have a 99-year agreement with the Historical Society for the Visitor Information Center, which they lease. I guess they have a lease off of the city. It was done in the 80s. And I don't have an electronic copy of it, and I'm currently looking for a hard copy. So I couldn't include it in this report.
Go ahead.
So does the Historical Society own the building there?
So my understanding, and I wasn't around when all of this was done, if I pull a title search, it shows the city of Dawson Creek is the owner of that entire property with no strata on it. Really? My understanding is it's been leased out on 99 years to them.
So
Now,
they lease the whole building, and then they sublease some of it to tourism.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Duncan.
Okay.
Anything further? Good. Thank you. 210, we have from Shelley in regards to budget question 24 in the public library.
Same thing with this one. I submitted a question, but there's enough information here that I don't have any questions. It's very thorough. But it's interesting how much money the library costs, just about $600,000 a year, so.
Yeah, I don't know how far back, but my recollection is a number of years ago, when I was 20 years ago, and it was, I'm going to say it was $200,000 or $300,000 then. So
yeah,
the last couple of years it's been $500,000, and costs continue to escalate. Shelley?
Through your worship, a lot of their budget on the city side is wages. So as contract increases happen, you're going to get that. You're going to get that bump up year over year over year.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So why it's kind
It's
of
indicative of that, but
It's contracted out.
they've been really good to work with, and the miscellaneous grant has stayed at 59. You know, and they've done things on their side, which you can see in the financial statements. It's, you know, they have all the costs included in their report, where on the city side, we just have some, so.
Thanks, Shelley. Appreciate it.
I just hope.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
I was
Councillor
just
Rogers.
wondering one thing here. I can't find it. I was trying to figure out actually, because they're in here talking about the children's programs and stuff like that. That's all free, isn't it? Like the children's
Yes.
programs
Yeah.
when they were in here doing that thing. So everything they do there is just no cost to the citizen.
Right.
Okay.
Except if you keep your library books past their due date, you get to pay a little bit.
I just buy the books because I'll never find it.
You can bring a can of food in and
Yeah, at certain points in the year, they'll waive their little fees if you support the food bank or
That's right.
whatever.
Thank you.
But it just goes to show, I was thinking when you were saying the majority is the wages, so it just goes to show that sometimes it might be easier or less costly to the city if you were to have somebody else provide the service rather than city staffing, union wages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just a observation.
The city provides services.
for volunteers.
211, we have a memo from Duncan regarding the operational costs for ball diamonds and soccer fields.
It's okay, Cheryl. 3 more.
It's the same with this report. It's clear enough what's going on there. So it's evident that, you know, if our policy is to recover 50% of the costs, there's something that crossed my mind here the other day. When you're talking about 50% of the costs, what costs are you including to determine the 50% rate? And once we go through all of these questions, you know, in the next 2 meetings, we should have an idea of, you know, where we're at. I mean, with the different facilities. So, you know, with the arenas, we're trying to recover 50% of the costs. Well, what costs are included in that? You know, and then when you compare it to the ball diamonds and soccer and all these other things too, just to get some consistency or some understanding of it. But the question I had with this one is, so the 2016 budget, and I think Shelley mentioned it the other day, it's usually the 2015 budget plus 2%.
Through your worship, that's how we start.
Yeah, so I guess I look at the 2015 budget, but a lot of times the year-to-date or the actual is quite a bit less. So to me, it would make sense to start with the actual plus 2%, as opposed to the 2015 budget plus 2%. That's just a comment.
Would you like me to respond?
Well, you can't.
I will.
I want to hear it.
Yeah. Through your worship, the reason we don't do that is because we don't get actuals until about February. So that would delay our budgeting. There's no way that we could finalize it by May. The thing that happens though is when the budget directors are looking at their budgets, they are adjusting up and down all over the place. And if you have a trend on actuals over 3 years, they will be required to come down. Okay, so there is.
So it would make
There
sense
is-
then for a director to make sure that he's spending that budget.
No, we don't work.
That's how we did it in the forest.
We don't work that way.
No.
They don't get incentives for spending all the money, and they don't go shopping on December 31st. And I've said this before, if there is gap in the actual to the budget, it becomes a surplus for the next year's budget. So even if you don't spend it, it carries over and it actually adjusts for it just kind of stabilizes the changes from year to year, so.
Okay,
Smart.
so it's not doesn't go into a slush fund for.
It's a smart thing.
Mayor.
No
Okay.
such one.
Goes into snow removal.
moving right along.
Through your worship,
Thank
just
you.
one comment
Go ahead,
on putting the numbers together. So when we worked with Brian on the fees and charges update, we took into account amortization of the capital asset itself and tried to include that into the cost. Some places, for instance, like the ball diamonds and the soccer fields, had never been charged before, and it was a decision point for council to decide if they wanted to go full amount or in incremental, introduce it, and then look at it again in the future to see where we're kind of standing. Soccer park in particular, and Diamond was one of those areas, right? Another question that was asked is there an area, or is this an area that we can actually impose a fee on? Would it cost more to try and regulate that fee than just providing it for free, such as a horseshoe pit or a tennis court? So they kind of took all of those things into account. Going into the soccer park and the ball diamonds, council was made aware that there's really a couple groups that are going to book that space for exclusivity. It's going to get a lot of other use, maybe a pickup game of softball or maybe a kite in the soccer field, that you're not going to be able to impose a fee unless you put somebody there in which you would probably pay more than $12,000 you're recouping right now. So just a comment on that.
Go ahead, Councilor Rosa.
Through your worship to Shelley, we had just been talking about inflationary costs coming up on everything that the city does. That would be for all the departments. We're expecting a 2% increase, and then we've had a 2.5% increase in wages that'll be in effect for this year. And is my concern unwarranted? Because I look at the taxation that we're going to get through from our building assessments at only being $300,000 more than what it was last year. So I'm a little bit concerned that with the inflationary costs and with recent wage increases, et cetera, are we kind of getting behind the 8 ball? I guess that'll be coming out.
We'll be having, that'll be a whole bunch of
That's a whole
conversation
other
that
can of
we're gonna
worms,
have.
eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the climate.
Can I
wall.
sleep at night, or
Yeah,
are
you
we
can.
okay?
Shelley, will tell us.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Through your worship, just a couple comments. So the union contract is not established for 2016, so it's not 2.5. That still needs to be negotiated.
Oh.
Historically, city services run about 4, 5, 6%, not 2, but we start with 2. But the city budget has a lot of pieces that have to come together. So you can't make a blanket statement to say that if this goes up, we're in trouble, because there's so many moving parts. There's lots of planning work that we did last year that's going to come off the table. There's new planning work that comes on the table. There's one-time event stuff that was on last year that won't be on this year. So there's a lot of moving parts. So I don't like to comment about where we are until the draft comes to council, and then you'll see basically it all come together. So you can't just look at one piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we
Thanks,
pay
Shelley.
big bucks.
The 4 or 5% scary.
2.12, we have a memo from Duncan in regards to the operational cost for our climbing wall. That climbing.
And I've got just a couple questions on that too. Is there any volunteer involvement, or do you have to have that staff person on whenever the wall is open?
Sure. So there's a bit of a history actually on that. When we initially did the wall, we went with the union and tried to negotiate a letter of understanding to allow us to use volunteers, which they were okay with. And we went down that road, but we were just unable to find people at that time to commit. And we ended up shifting into a model where we had a staff person there. So we, depending on what type of program is running, an open climb, you and I could go in and we could get belay checked and show them that we can actually hold each other and know what to do with the ropes. And we can do a climb together where there's only one staff person not actually belaying anybody and just watching the wall and supervising, make sure that they're covering our liability aspects, right? On a training program, I don't have the ratio in front of me, I think it's 1 to 3, maybe 1 to 4. We could take 4 people in and that's maximum per staff. So we tried the volunteer aspect and we weren't successful with that, and it was a while ago, so I can't remember exactly all of the areas we went with that. But there is still an opportunity now where people can go in and bully each other through drop-in, kind of like public skating, one supervisor watching everybody.
So there was talk initially there that there would be a club developed in Dawson Creek, or there was a club. One of the dentists, I think, had a club. Is there still a club, or?
My understanding is right now the only kind of form of club is things that the city has created, where we've tried to have youth clubs come together and climb. I don't believe that we actually have a non-profit society operating a club off of our wall right now.
And then, just in the colored drawing there, it shows less use in 2015 than 2014. Is that just because there was no staff person there?
Yeah, our biggest challenge on the wall has always been getting a qualified staff person to run the wall, and because it's not a 40-hour-a-week position, because we just don't have enough usage to run it 40 hours, you're asking somebody to commit at reduced hours, maybe 15 or 20 hours, and make themselves available every week and not take another job. So that's always a challenge, to have that skill and that commitment. You do find those people. This individual was injured, broke her ankle, and we ended up canceling a lot of programs. And as I noted earlier in there, because of a joint job evaluation review of the position, which is it's put together through the collective agreement. I think that maybe there's some language, as Jim talked about that before, joint job evaluation. It's non-discriminatory group that review positions outside of the collective agreement and rate them on parameters that are developed on accountability, safety, skills, certification, and can adjust their wage essentially at any time upon review, which is retroactive to submittal. So in this particular case, they were reviewed mid-year or even 3/4 of the year, and the committee decided that based on all of their certification and accountability, that their wage would go up. It went up a significant amount, and it was retroactive to January 1st. So the budget is high or equal to what it should be, but our use is down. Yeah, I don't know if that answered. Yeah.
Is cross-training an option there, like with your lifeguards?
Yes, so we're doing that right now. We have slide attendants who are, I believe, the lowest paid people in that facility, cross-trained and coming over and working on the wall. And except they can't be that key person. They're there in a support role, so we don't have to have, call it 3 or 4 of the key person. We can have one key person and some of the slide attendants making lesser wage in support of them to try and reduce the budget but still provide the service.
Okay.
And just one real quick comment on this and kind of all of our fee-for-service areas. Shelley kind of noted, we don't have a lot of opportunity to change the cost per unit because of the collective agreement. A lot of parameters. If I'm working in a higher capacity, I get paid whatever that individual normally gets paid. So we can't really influence the cost per unit. We have some ability, but not a lot. The only way we really can change anything is through the amount of units that we offer, the service that we're providing, be it hours. So we get into the pool. We can have that discussion a little more if you like.
Okay.
Thanks, Duncan.
Sure.
213 is our last one, and it's operating costs for the Canberra Aquatic Center.
I've got just a couple questions on it as well. So the rates haven't been assessed since early 2013, or reassessed.
Correct.
And I noticed the rates in there are low to me. I mean,
Yeah, they're about 25 to 30% just based on the operational costs. It's not taking into
yeah, it's dirt cheap. I mean, and I don't know, you know, like for an adult, $667. Is that for? Can he go in there and for the duration, or is that limited to an hour? Or?
No, that's whatever we happen to be running at that time. So if you come in at 8 o'clock and the pool closes at 9, then you're there for an hour. If you come in at 3 p.m., I don't believe there's a break. You could be there for 6 hours if that's what you wanted to do.
It's pretty cheap.
It, yeah. I mean, when we reviewed the fees and charges the first time when Brian came in, you know, it was a really basic formula that was hours of use versus the cost to provide that service. So places like the soccer park is very easy because there's maybe 2 users, 958 hours, and I crunched that number pretty quickly in that report. 950 hours by $50,000, right? It's $54 an hour. In the pool, you have multiple uses going on at the same time, which made it a lot more challenging to come up with these fees, and I think that's reflected in 25 to 30%. In the last meeting in January, I'm going to write another memo regarding the fees and charges, and at that point, I'm expecting council will have some feedback as to where you'd like to go with those fees. I mean, at the pool, if you wanted to do the math, it's been pretty consistent between 25 and 30. If you want to recoup 50%, add 20% to every fee on that page.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Councillor Schumann?
And I just want to say, when we did change the fees around a little bit, and I think the senior fee went up a little bit or something.
I believe it did, yeah.
And we did get a significant pushback from our seniors around that. So $660 might seem like dirt cheap, but I guess for some people it's
The
probably
recyclers, it's probably cheap.
We're gonna have a review of the fees and charges policy as a result of the budget process, right? And absolutely that, you know, along with the climbing wall and all those other things will come into it. Councillor Rogers?
Contracts. Budgeted amount was 11. Year to date is 22. I just wonder why contracts are twice as much as the budgeted amount.
probably has something to do with tile.
So this is one of those areas where, as Shelley was saying, we kind of balance within our envelope, and sometimes we're over, sometimes we're over or under. I believe contracts this year is over due to a crack in the slide, and we had a bulb hole that cracked, and we needed to take a section of the slide out and repair it. I think we might even have actually replaced that section of the slide, and that came out through contracts.
Okay.
But as you'll see, we've gone under in other areas to make sure that overall our envelope is going to match up.
That's why we're not talking about it. 'Cause you were under.
Thanks, Duncan. Councillor Garrett?
I just have to say that I appreciate getting all this information because it gives you something to relate to. I mean, if you're gonna make educated comments or, you know, on budget, it's nice to have this background information.
Yeah, and that core service that we've tried to attach in a lot of them is something that we do every year, right? We look at our core service, we look at our pressures and challenges, and then we come up with internally outside, after council's done their strategic planning, we look at areas that we need to increase in, and sometimes it's very difficult to get into the areas we'd really like to, but we do have a very good handle on what we do, and hopefully you're seeing that through these reports.
Thanks.
Just a note, we can end everything off happy. It's $150,000 less than the budgeted amount year to date, and we can only thank the gas savings for that because the weather's been so nice.
The process of having gone through this, as you guys have indicated, I know you guys come in last year in November, December, and we're already into the budget cycle, so hopefully this has given all of council the opportunity to get informed and feel like they've got some detail or level of information that helps guide the process for us when we get into it in April, May, and make a decision. So thank you. Thank you to staff for going to the work. Appreciate it. Thank you guys to the gallery
Thanks,
for
Paul.
sitting
That
in.
was good.
And a motion to adjourn. Rogers, Schumann, all in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.